Islam, Islam, Islam. I want to welcome you to another Egyptian Adeptus Research Team Islam. Let's see who's checking in. Islam, Islam.
Islam National Assistant Grand Chairman, Dr. Hatshepsut and Tribe. Greetings to you and all the Moors online.
Islam and gratitude. Islam, glad to have you. Peace and love. Tribe and
Peace and love.
Peace and
Glad
love.
to be here.
Always glad to be home. Islam. Islam, Islam, National Grand Sheikh of Moorish America, Dr. Serapis Amon Rael. Islam, Grand Man, how you be this grand rise on this manifest? Islamic Grand Rise, Dr. Bati Bey, Council General, with territory. Islam, Grand Man. We have about 3 minutes. Let's see, everybody's checked in. All right. Dr. Gary Myers Bay of the Florida Territory, Council General, Islam, Grand Man.
Islam, Islam, Islam. Family Myers Bay checking in. Appalachian Florida Territory. Praise be to Allah. Honors and noble Drew Ali. God, man, how you be today?
Just as Moorish as ever. Praise Allah for another manifest. Praise Allah for being here amongst my Moorish kin. Islam, Grand Man.
Gratitude, gratitude. Yes, and it's all love and peace and love to all my Moorish kin here to everywhere. And praise Allah. Honors and noble Drew Ali. God, man.
And gratitude for those for the emails and all that great work you're doing down there in Florida. Islam, Grand Man.
Islam, God, man. And gratitude for you being on your post, God, man. And peace and love once again. Peace and love to Act One. And all my Moorish kin here to everywhere. Islam, Islam, Islam.
Islam. Islam. Dr. Bati Bey.
Islam.
Islam, Sub-Angel number 4, Islam, Grand Man, glad to have you.
Glad to be here, Star 6.
Islam. Dr. Muhammad Bey, Council General, South Carolina Territory, Islam, Grand Man. You want to recite the Egyptian Adeptus prayer? Are you able to?
Islamism. National
Yes.
Assistant Grand Chairman, Dr. Tory Simpson Bey. How beest thou, God man?
Ooh, man, praise Allah. And would you like to bless us with the recite of our Egyptian Adeptus prayer?
Yes, I would be honored to do that, Grand Man.
All righty. Well, gratitude,
Islam.
Grand Man. Well, you up and coming, so stand by. Islam.
Islam. Gratitude.
Islam, Marsh America. We want to welcome you to another Egyptian Adeptus Research class sponsored by Marsh American Government, Islam. And at this time, we will have, we're going to open up the way. We want to give rise and praise to our Father God Allah. We want to give honors to our Holy Prophet, Noble Drew Ali, honors to our Moorish American government, honors to everything that is Moorish, our grand national flag, emblem and seal. You know, it's praise Allah, praise Allah. Well, at this time, we're going to have our Council General of the South Carolina Territory, Dr. Muhammad Bey, to bring forth our Egyptian Adeptus prayer, Moorish American prayer, Islam.
Islam. Can you hear God, man?
Islam, loud and clear, divine ears.
Gratitude, peace and love. Islam. I am Dr. Gerald Hamid Muhammad Bey, Consul General of the South Carolina Consular Post Consulate. And first, let me rise in praise of our Father God Allah, who is the best known arranger of all things. I give highest honors to our Prophet Noble Drew Ali, who is the last prophet of this new era of time. He is the seventh manifestation in divine flesh, the seventh angel, El-Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali. I give honors to Act 1 of our divine constitution and bylaws. I give honors to our Grand National Seal, our Grand National Emblem, and our Grand National Flag. I give honors to this theocratic government in which we all live and can live. I give honors to Marcus Mosiah Garvey L., the forerunner to our beloved Prophet Noble Drew Ali. And I give honors to all of our Moorish kin on this research class this morning. And I give honors to everything Moorish. And I give honors to those that spoke before me and those that will speak after me. Now let us open up with our ancient Kemetic and Adept Moorish American prayer. And as we open up, we ask that you open up your hearts and your minds as Allah opens up the way. Islam. Ya Allah abnu haru mekonet taru. Ya Allah abhat haru. Ya Allah ma'at haru. Ya Allah hotep haru. Ya Allah haru. Ya Allah ma'at harakut. Ya Allah ahwajat dadut. Ya Allah pert im sutek pert im haru. Ya Allah ba maduti. El-Hijat Shepsis Ray, Abtu Ali. Amin. Alias. And that is to say, being transliterated Moorish kin, O Allah, Father of the universe, O Allah, Father of love, O Allah, the spirit of truth, O Allah, the spirit of peace, O Allah, the spirit of freedom, O Allah, the spirit of justice. O Allah, you are my protector. O Lord, you are my guide. O Lord, you are my salvation by night and by day. O Lord, through your holy prophet, Drew Ali, Amin. Holy Issa, Holy Issa, Holy Issa. And I'll now turn this back over to our National Assistant Grand Chairman, Dr. Tori Simpson Bey, Islam.
Islam, Islam. Gratitude, Dr. Muhammad Bey, for the recitation of our Egyptian Adeptus Moorish American prayer. Islam, Islam, Moorish America. I come before you this time with our divine constitution of Moorish America. Salvation, our God, unity. Act 1. The Grand Sheikh and the Chairman of Moorish America are empowered to make law and enforce laws with the assistance of the Prophet and the Grand Body of Moorish America. The Assistant Grand Sheikh is to assist the Grand Sheikh in all affairs if he lives according to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and it is known before the citizens of Moorish America. Act 2, the bylaws. All meetings are to be opened and closed promptly according to the Circle 7 and love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Friday is our holy day of rest because on the Friday, the first man was formed in flesh, and on the Friday, the first man departed out of flesh and ascended unto his Father God Allah. For that cause, Friday is the holy day for all Muslims all over the world. Act 3, love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice must be proclaimed and practiced by all citizens of Moorish America. No citizen is to put in danger or accuse falsely his brother or sister on any occasion at all that may harm his brother or sister, because Allah is love. Act 4, all citizens must preserve these holy and divine laws, and all citizens must obey the laws of the government because by being a Moorish American, you are a part and parcel of the government and must live the life accordingly. Act 5, no organization of Moorish America is to cause any confusion or to overthrow the laws and constitution of the said government, but to obey hereby. Act 6, with us, all citizens must proclaim their nationality, and we are teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they may know that they are a part and a parcel of this said government, and know that they are not Negroes, colored folks, Black people, or Ethiopians, because these names were given to slaves by slaveholders in 1779 and lasted until 1865 during the time of slavery. But this is a new era of time now, and all men now must proclaim their free national name to be recognized by the government in which they live and the nations of the earth. This is the reason why Allah, the great God of the universe, ordained Noble Drew Ali, the prophet, to redeem his people from their sinful ways. The Moorish Americans are the descendants of the ancient Moabites who inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. Act 7, all citizens must promptly attend their meetings and become a part and a parcel of all uplifting action in Moorish America. Moorish Americans must pay their dues and keep in line with all necessities in Moorish America, and then you are entitled to the name of faithful. Husband, you must support your wife and children. Wife, you must obey your husband and take care of your children and look after the duties of your household. Sons and daughters must obey father and mother and be industrious and become a part of the uplifting of fallen humanity. All Moorish Americans must keep their hearts and minds pure with love and their bodies clean with water. This divine covenant is from your holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, through the guidance of his Father God Allah. Prophet Noble Drew Ali, peace and blessings be upon him, the founder, father, and framer of the divine constitution and bylaws of Moorish America. And now that this meeting has been opened according to Act 2 in love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, we say Islam, Islam, Islamism. Islam. Chapter 15. Yehoshua and Barada, together they read the sacred books. Among the Buddhist priests was one who saw a lofty wisdom in the words that Yehoshua spoke. It was Barata, Arabo. Together, Yehoshua and Barada read the Jewish Psalms and prophets, read the Vedas, the Avesta, and the wisdom of Gautama. And as they read and talked about the possibilities of man, Barada said, man is the marvel of the universe. He is part of everything, for he has been a living thing on every plane of life. Time was when man was not. And then he was a bit of formless substance in the molds of time, and then a protoplasm. By universal law, all things tend upward to a state of perfectness. The protoplasm evolved, becoming worm, then reptile, bird, and beast, and then at last it reached the form of man. Now, man himself is mind, and mind is here to gain perfection by experience, and mind is often manifest in fleshly form, and in the form best suited to its growth. So mind may manifest as worm or bird or beast or man. The time will come when everything of life will be evolved into the state of perfected man, and after man is man in perfectness, he will evolve to higher forms of life. And Yehoshua said, Barada Arabo, who told you this? That mind, which is man, may manifest in flesh of beast or bird or creeping thing. Barada said, from times which man remembers not, our priests have told us so. And so we know. And Yehoshua said, enlighten Arabo, are you a mastermind and do not know that man knows not by being told? Man may believe what others say, but thus he never knows. If man would know, he must himself be what he knows. Do you remember, Arabo, when you were ape or bird or worm? Now, if you have no better proving of your plea than that the priests have told you so, you do not know, you simply guess. Regard not then what any man has said. Let us forget the flesh and go with mind into the land of fleshless things. Mind never does forget. And backward through the ages, masterminds can trace themselves, and thus they know. Time never was when man was not. That which begins will have an end. If man was not, the time will come when he will not exist. From Allah's own record book, we read, the Triune Allah breathed forth and stood 7 spirits before his face. The Hebrews called these 7 spirits Elohim. And these are they who, in their boundless power, created everything that is or was. These spirits of the Triune Allah moved on the face of boundless space. And 7 ethers were, and every ether had its form of life. These forms of life were but the thought of Allah clothed in the substance of their ether planes. Men call these ether planes the planes of protoplasm, of earth, of plant, of beast, of man, of angel, and cherubim. These planes, with all their teeming thoughts of Allah, are never seen by eyes of flesh, by eyes of man and flesh. They are composed of substance far too fine for fleshly eyes to see, and still they constitute the soul of things. And with the eyes of soul, all creatures see these ether planes and all the forms of life. Because all forms of life in every plane are thoughts of Allah, all creatures think, and every creature is possessed of will, and in its measure has the power to choose. And in their native planes, all creatures are supplied with nourishment from the ethers of their planes. And so it was with every living thing, until the will became a sluggish will, and then the ethers of the protoplasm, the earth, the plant, the beast, the man, began to vibrate ever slow, very slow. The ethers became more dense, and all the creatures of these planes were clothed with coarser garbs of flesh, which men can see, and thus the coarser manifest, which men call physical, appeared. And this is what is called the fall of man, but man fell not alone, for protoplasm and earth and plant and beast were all included in the fall. The angels and the cherubim fell not. Their will was never strong. And so they held the ethers of their planes in harmony with Allah. Now, when the ether reached the rate of atmosphere, and all the creatures of these planes must get their food from atmosphere, the conflict came. And then that which the finite man called survival of the best became a law. The stronger ate the bodies of the weaker manifest, and here is where the kernel of evolution had its rise. And now man, in his utter shamelessness, strikes down and eats the beast consumes the plant thrives on the earth, and the earth absorbs the protoplasm. In yonder kingdom of the soul, this carnal evolution is not known. And the great work of masterminds is to restore the heritage of man, to bring him back to his estate that he had lost, when he again will live upon the ethers of his native plane. The thoughts of Allah change not. The manifest of life on every plane unfolds into perfection of their kind. And as the thought of Allah can never die, there is no death to any being of the 7 ethers of the 7 spirits of the Triune Allah. And so, and earth is never plant, a beast or bird, or creeping thing is never man. And man is not and cannot be a beast or bird or creeping thing. The time will come when all these manifests will be absorbed, and man and beast and plant and earth and protoplasm will be redeemed. Barada was amazed. The wisdom of the Jewish sage was revelation unto him. Now, Viyabhada, wisest of the Indian sages, chief of the temple of Kapavishtu, heard Barada speak to Yehoshua of the origin of man, and heard the answer of the Hebrew prophet, and he said, and you priest of Kapavishtu, hear me speak. We stand today upon a crest of time. 6 time ago, a master soul was born who gave a glorious light to man. And now a master sage stands in the temple of Kapavishtu. The Hebrew prophet is the rising star of wisdom deified. He brings to us a knowledge of the secret things of Allah, and all the world will hear his words and glorify his name. You priest of temple Kapavishtu, stay. Be still and listen when he speaks. He is the living oracle of Allah. And all the priests gave thanks and praised the Buddha of enlightenment. Islam, 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 Islam. Well, at this time, we're going to bring forth our National Assistant Grand Sheikh of Moorish America, our host for our Egyptian Adeptus Research Team class, Dr. Shat Muhammad Islam. Are you there, Grand Man?
Islam, here, there, and everywhere. Can you hear me, brother?
Loud and clear. All right.
Gratitude, Islamism. But let us rise first upon the 7th and give all praises to the great God, Allah, our Father God, Allah, and honors to his holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El-Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. We give honors to our Grand National Seal. We give honors to our Grand National Emblem, National Flag, Divine Constitution and bylaws, and honors to all of you who are indeed a living manifestation and personification of everything, and I do mean everything, that our holy prophet brought to make us a nation. Islam, want to welcome you, Moors, to another Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate session. And praise be to Allah for us being able to be on the manifest to bring these things forth to our Moorish kin, and also hear from our Moorish kin, because man, y'all been on the road. Goodness gracious, you know, y'all already know we going down through there and up through there when it comes to dealing with these measures. So it's gonna be a grand class, but we always, again, like to lay the foundation with the Book of Fire as we go into this special measure. And so if we can, we want to get 3 of our Moorish kin to come forth with a reading from the Book of Fire.
Islam.
Islam. And we'll be starting from page 321 to 326. That will suffice us. This will actually, Brother Muhammad Bey, you can start with 321 and go all the way up to 322 and stop above, be conscious of biblical beginnings. In other words, you stop at C chapter 18.
I got you.
Islam.
All right.
Gratitude, Grand Man.
All right, was that Brother Assistant Chairman?
Islam, Grand Man.
Okay, gratitude, Islam. We're gonna have you come from page 322, be conscious of biblical beginnings. You will pick up there and you will stop on 324, where it says see religious finale, back to the Greeks. Islam.
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 Okay, Islam, Brother Bati Bey.
Islam.
You can start from back to the Greeks and deal with the value of a divine history and stop on page 326 where it says, what is Adam? You can stop above that where it says Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 1, Islam.
Islam.
All right, Islam. I'm about to do, Moors. You may proceed.
Islam, Islam, Islam. Can you hear me, Grand Man?
Yes, sir. We hear you loud and clear with divine ears. Islam.
Gratitude, Grand Man. We love you. Islam, Islam. I am Dr. Joe Hamid Muhammad Bey. On the rise on the 7, giving praise to our Father God Allah. I'm gonna give honors to our holy prophet, Prophet Noble Drew Ali. I'm gonna give honors to our Moorish American government, our Moorish American nation, and I'm gonna give honors to everything Moorish. I will be reading from the Exhuming of a Nation on Adam and Eve, the ancient Kemetian Moorish history. The illustrious Prophet Noble Drew Ali was the first Moorish American patriot to teach the lost found descendants of Africans the truth about Adam and Eve. He said, they are the mothers and fathers of the human family, Asiatics and Muslims. Although the entire human family began in Africa, the majority of their true history has been secretly kept from their children in the Americas. A whitewashed European version of Adam and Eve has been force-fed through Christianity to these African children during the subjugation of the mother continent. Until the advent of the Holy Prophet, the Western world saw the first human family on earth through spectacles that had been prescribed with falsehoods, myths, and hypocrisy. Through these European designer glasses, the modern world saw only a pale-skinned Adam and Eve, whom lived in a mystical Garden of Eden. This Eden had an exclusive for white folks only sign at the entrance. Also in the Black psychic, this Eden was propagated to be in the well-off white folks settlement, and with the exception of being infested with a talking snake, was believed to be the only heaven a good Negro could possibly, perhaps, maybe, pray to reach in the sweet by and by after they die. To this day, most religious circles accept this dark age story as the word of God. Since slaves are bred to have short memories, and most ex-slaves habitually still serve the God of their former slave masters, this God could not be perceived nor defined beyond the realms of the very church that ordained the denationalization and enslavement of African worshipers. When Drew Ali first brought the true history of Africans to the Moorish, they became awed at its infinite, universal, and deific depth. To this day, of all the millions of Negro churches in the United States with countless Bible thumpers, there is not one so-called African Christian with full relationship knowledge to the true origin of Adam and Eve. The story of Adam and Eve is actually the original verbal historical account of the first civilized people of Africa. It is the truth of their divine origin, fall, and attainment to perfection being told by wise men to all initiates. The glory of this first man and woman represent the complete cycle of the great God in man. This circle of life was called Emmanuel by the ancient Israelites. The holy story of Adam and Eve is the divine essence of a charted course that all men must ultimately follow. As there is no escape from the fixed destiny endured in the historical infinity of the story of Adam and Eve. Without the pure knowledge of one's derivation, any person armed with only human knowledge will face the instability of their karmic present while awaiting an obscured future. Without the true knowledge of Adam and Eve, carnal man will believe he lives in the make-believe life that is trapped between a birth and death. In this chapter, the required do or die light of Adam and Eve will be revealed. How the esoteric history of Adam and Eve has been used to lessen gods into humans and reduce humans into Negroes. The deliberate burial of the true value to the first family on earth will lay bare the dark aging of a people. The state of ignorance about Adam and Eve has also been used directly to secure the institution of slavery in the Western Hemisphere. This state severed the paternal roots of nearly 500 million African nationals, detaching them from the human family with the marks of Negro, Black, and colored people, NBC. Every nation that claims attachment to the human family has their Adam and their Eve. The Bible is full of Adams and Eves. However, most of them are shrouded under the terms begot or begotten. In fact, the Adam and Eve genealogy of Jehoshua the Christ, through his father Joseph and mother Mary, in the books of Matthew 1, 1 through 6, and Luke 5, and Luke 3, 23 to 38, are sound examples of how serious African nationals truly are about their divine origin. Adam is the founding father of the human family of nations and its first patriot. Other more renowned Adams are the great Ham and his lineage of Cush, Mizraim, Put, and Canaan. Also, there is undeniable father divine of many nations, Abraham, with his sons Ishmael and Isaac. All of these are Adams of great nations, civilizations, and religions. The latter sons actually subdivided the first religious creed, the ancient Kemetic mystery system, into Judaism and Islam. See chapter 18. Most Americans can now relate to George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, and Quincy Adams, etc., as being the founding fathers of the United States of America. By divine design, they are the indisputable Adams of the USA. However, today's problem with the same Americans is they have very little understanding when it comes to their ex-slaves being a clean and pure nation with their own Adam. Hence, the purpose for our subtitle, The Exhuming of a Nation, to the biography of Noble Drew Ali. Indeed, also, by divine design as revealed in this biography, the Prophet Noble Drew Ali is the return of Adam. By this design, he is the first patriot and indisputable founding father of the lost found tribe of Ali, the new Moorish American nation. It does not take the research ability of a master historian to realize the existence, absence, and exhuming of this cornerstone of the human family. And that only Noble Drew Ali, having been born among them, proclaimed this nation as his by their one divine name and number. Drew Ali states, all Adam and Eve are the mothers and fathers, and yet they are one. Hence, the honoring of one's father and mother became one of man's first obligations and source of strength. The so-called Negro race and other NBC people are the only people on earth today without mother or father from which to honor. Matthew 15, 1 through 14. High parental honor has been a covenant among African nations since their fall into humanity. It is more holistic in cultures than any modern day religious concept and breathes on every civilized family's origin, genealogy, and heritage. Drew Ali also taught the Moorish Americans that they are olive-skinned Asiatics, angels, and have the same Adam and Eve, father and mother, as those who guard the holy city. See Genesis 3:24 and question number 57 through 63. He educated the Moors to the fact that they are the direct children of Adam and Eve. This may seem somewhat acceptable as common knowledge by those in this age of cyberspace and optic centers. However, in 1913, most American Negroes actually had been trained to believe their present idea of Jehoshua, God, and his mother Mary were all pale-skinned and the opposite of themselves. To say the least, to them, God's first man and woman of the Bible had to be ever so white. As far as the good Christian colored people were concerned, the first white family of God in their home, a Garden of Eden, was a delicious and evasive slice of pie in the sky after you die. Surely, this garden was where all white folks and a few good Negroes went to if they were blessed. Prior to the advent of this angel of Allah, question number 41, the Moorish of North America were miseducated into a dark age of Christianized, Darwinized, and denationalized pseudo-life. As unconscious Negroes, Blacks, and colored people in BC, they were deceived into believing Adam and Eve were two Europeans in a God's mystical paradise. It's only natural for a few NBC and some self-proclaimed white folks to defend 2,000 years of deception with the modern Christian statement, it doesn't matter what the color of Adam and Eve, we are all children of God. Even a crash dummy would reply with, since the skin color of God and Adam and Eve was not important, then why was it biblically taken away and replaced with pale skin? This bitter bit of history of a people, this bitter bit of history of a people's mental status should be well remembered as we now ultimately endeavor into Adam and Eve, as originally told by the ancient ones. But first, let's uncover some more of this 2,000-year-old hoax. Adam and Eve has been mostly told by thieves. No oppression, slave master, or otherwise ruling government has ever written an accurate history of his or her captives. The Babylonians, Kemetians, Romans, Islamic rulers, Euro, Christians, governments, etc., all have slanted the history of their victims to reflect themselves as superior saviors of the wretched of the earth. Naturally, they were all merely doing their God's will to subjugate or annihilate the inferior enemies in order to save them from themselves. Such history will reflect the victors as having saved the wretched from an assumed inevitable doom. The Grecian Roman interpreted writings of the Israelite history are by far a prime example to support this reoccurring fact. It turns out, according to prophetic destiny, the pale-skinned nations of Europe are today's controlling world rulers, straddling the current cusp between the Piscean and Aquarian ages. Naturally, their great book, which tells his story of the conquered people of African descent, is the foremost propagated and most read book in recorded history, the Bible. The Bible, by far the greatest book of collected African history to be written by Europeans, oddly enough, was not written by Africans, and it is not the infamous word of God. No, God did not write the Bible. The Greeks from Europe wrote the first draft of the Bible, and it was called the Septuagint. See religious finale. Noble Drew Ali said, you can't control how another man writes your Moorish history, but when you get the pen in your hand, write your own. Tell the truth and sign your name to it. The ancient Kemetians, having enslaved the tribes of Israel, misnomed them collectively as Hebrews. This was a very degrading label and not the free national names of the people. This renaming or relabeling one's chattel is not a new phenomenon. Historically, slave masters have never addressed their slaves by their free names. Slaves, as with all properties, are given slave names. This is because they are conquered people and classified by their rulers as inferior and less than a first-class citizen or lower. Excuse me. This is standard procedure based upon the strength that no slave can ever be greater than his or her master. Excuse me. In these modern days, history has repeated itself with the renaming of the West African Moors into Negroes, Blacks, and colored people. And like the so-called Hebrews, after generations of being called names other than your own, the branded slave labels became accepted as normal. Once any living thing began responding to or summons or callings are outside the purity of its own natural freedom, it has been domesticated. Indeed, within the slave world of Hebrews and Blacks, some would rather die trying to be what they are not than to live being themselves. See 13th and 14th Amendment. Still, as soon as Moors freed themselves, as soon as Moors freed his tribesmen from the Pharaoh's oppression and they got on their feet, these freshly freed nations slandered their former slave masters as Egyptians. The derogatory label Egyptian replaced the true name Kemetian gods of the Nile in all the Hebrew communities and publications. And so it renamed, and so it renamed until this day, Similarly, in this era, the European rulers called the descendants of Amexem, Akubulan, Negroes, coloreds, and Blacks. As the so-called Blacks were free to read and write, they called their slave masters white. And the label, fix my glasses. And the beat goes on, and the revolving doors of Maya continue going to and fro. The Israelites, Hebrew, Yehoshua, etc., of 2,000 years ago, did not write the Bible, a history book about themselves and their verbal account of their creation and fall of man. In fact, the Torah was over 1,000 years old when the Greeks wrote the Bible. The Torah contains Israel's story and their divine accuracy. So there was really no need for another book of their account. Ergo, since the Israelites, through which Yehoshua was born, had no use for a book written by their oppressors about them, then who did? Obviously, the authors, whether they milked a council or 70 rabbis to get it or not, it was still written for the benefit of Greeks, Romans, and subsequent nations of Europe. See chapter 18, Islam, Islam, Islam.
Islam, Islam. Dr. Tori Simpson, now Sister Grand Chair of the Moorish America. I'm going to continue reading, starting at Be Conscious of Biblical Beginning, page 322. Islam. It says, to this day, most do not know they have been lied to by those who wrote the word of God in the Keon, or in parentheses, street Greek language. The biblical Adam and Eve saga was among the first literature the slaves were allowed, in parentheses, or force-fed to read, and was greatly enforced with barbaric dosages of the fear of the white man, God, by European rulers and slave masters alike. This was the sole purpose for Freemasonry, the Reconstruction, amendments, and the Ku Klux Klan, their establishments, were to save these Black sinning heathens from their own wretchedness and for the unconscious institution of slavery, New World Order. Albeit, since the Greeks' biblical version is the only version of Adam and Eve known to so-called Blacks, then let's sojourn there and see what they look like in the light. But bear in mind the divine origin of the original Hebrew laws of Moses, began in the Egyptian mystery system. And the basic European translation of these biblio teachings evolved into a middleman religion of events, which quite candidly, in parentheses, he brewed up. Also remember now, as the Moorish Americans began to write their own history, had it not been for Noble Drew Ali's revealing these great truths of the divine origin of African nations, the Western world would not be forced to concede to over 2,000 years of fabricated religious dogma with their information, highways, and cyberspace intelligence. The true history of Adam and Eve is all about the divine creation and heritage of the original African people. They were not only the first man to people the planet Earth, but their will was emerge with the will of their Father God. Drew Ali placed this in the science of Asiatics and Muslims, the mothers and fathers of the human family. In parentheses, question 57. Here, it would be good to note a Muslim is anyone who submits his will or her will entirely to the will of the great God. Hence, Adam and Eve were Muslims before they became Asiatics and human. During the millenniums of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden and into the world called Asia, there were no Europeans made. The hueless ones of the Netherlands were not even a thought. But now today's pale-skinned nations have had the privilege of governing this earthland, telling his story. All of a sudden, they are the foremost authority on the original first family, Adam and Eve. Surely this is parallel only to a bastard given the apocalypse of great-grandparents, or hearing fish stories being told by date trees, or a mutt telling the history of his pedigree, or the green monkey that fathered AIDS. Speaking of monkeys, how is it an entire people who proudly proclaims to evolve from primates knew the true history about the human family? Was it not these same people who pillaged the prophetic and oral history from the Hebrew tribes in the first place? Not only that, but as unconscious Moors tried to paint themselves black into a biblical history, little do they notice it is the pale-skinned nations of Europe themselves who denounce all claims to the biblical human family. This paganistic practice of making God in the image and likeness of man is a gratifying weakness amongst the nations of the earth. In these modern times, the nations of Europe named themselves white, then made Yehoshua in their image and called him God. Domesticated African slaves, being forbidden first-rate entry into white Freemasonry and white Christianity, were allowed to make their own versions of these institutions in the quiet of their slave quarters. Today, these are various NBC fraternal orders and Christian denominations, fully equipped with their own versions of the Bible, complete with Black Yehoshua and surrounding characters in their image and likeness, on the older horrors of fallen humanity. Can all this be blamed on the rapid hormones of Mr. and Mrs. Monkey? The biblical story of Adam and Eve, as told by many religions of the cross, originated from Moses and various Hebrew slave tribes of Africa. Most of these tribal stories lost their spiritual significance in the translations from African origins to European carnal comprehension. What was later reported to the world, diluted and spiritually deprived versions of Greek interpretations of the creation and fall of man, these diverted rays of the truth were not the real thing, but have predominantly hatched the modern West. Not to speak radical against the church, but it seems to me, anyone who teaches man cannot be perfect, cannot be perfected, and then give the great God a mama named Mary should know eventually they would have to face the truth sought by inquiring minds. Next topic. How did the Greeks fit into biblical history? Islam. Turning to the centuries surrounding the life of Yehoshua, in parentheses BC to AD, history reveals the Romans and Greeks were governing Palestine, question 28. In fact, Greek was made the national language, although the indigenous, like Yehoshua, continued to speak Aramaic. See 2 Kings 18:26, and also Ezra chapter 4, verse 7. The tongue of their forefathers, this is similar to English being made the national language of the United States, although the surviving Canaanite tribes, Indians, in parentheses, continue to speak Athabascan and other indigenous dialects. True history will also reflect the Greeks thought all languages. Let me read that again, subhanAllah. True history will also reflect the Greeks thought all languages other than Greek sounded like blah, blah, ho hum, de blah, and considered all non-Greeks barbarians. There are two levels to the Greek language: classical, correct or proper, and Greek, and Keon. The Keonic Greek is the everyday common street language, with standard colloquial trash talking expressions in general, living Greek. Next topic. After the beginning of Keon became the word of God, Islam. You guessed it. The Septuagint, first translation of the Bible, was translated entirely in Keonic Greek. Naturally, since the Greeks and Romans give themselves the title of God, question 92, and wrote their Bibles in Greek and Latin, it is not strange for today's Black Christians, etc., to define their master's book as the Word of God. To most of them, the only God they have ever known is the same masters which wrote the Bible and then used the same book to justify the Mafa of African enslavement. Actually, the origin of the Word of God began as the words of the ancient pharaohs and simply means voice of the ruler of the land. Question 93. People, namely so-called Negroes, who refer to the Bible as being the Word of God, are in fact giving praises to the words of the Greeks. And through various paganistic forms that are pleasing to themselves, make Europeans, white men, their God. This does not mean there are no truths in the Bible, quite the contrary. What this means is the Bible is not and was not ever the word of God, but the words of the Greeks. It does not matter how much the NBC traumatized, subhanAllah. It does not matter how much the NBC pastors hot, sweat, and spit in the name of Jesus. The letter J, pale skinned God, and all came from the Greeks and was traumatized into the slaves by the European brothers. Page 324. It must be remembered, in the minds of the Greeks, they were the only gods. As a people, they could not fathom a divine origin and subsequently could not perceive a God greater than themselves, unless it was an African God-man whom they call Yehoshua to this very day. No European nation ever knew or worshiped the great God. As Drew Ali wrote, man's highest ideal is his God. The Greeks at their greatest were not powerful enough to completely hide the holy light of Africa that was centralized in ancient Kemet, parentheses, Egypt. And nevertheless, once the truth has been confounded, it is no longer pure and can do more harm than healing. Well, the Greeks and other Europeans have fallen short on African comprehensions is for anyone to know the spirit. They must be the spirit. The Greeks, neither Romans nor any of the pale-skinned invaders of the Holy Land, never fully understood the spiritual foundation of Hebrew, Aramaic, sister language to Arabic, nor any of the other 200 languages of Akubalan. Note, Akubalan means mother of mankind or Garden of Eden. It is in the descendant language Swahili of the ancient Kushite. The Akubalan is the indigenous name given to the continent later misnomer Africa by the Romans. Her first true and divine name is Amexem, which means land of the holy gods or land of the holy people, Moorish Holy Quran 46:3. The reason for this lack of transliteration It's not because Africans were the primitive monkey-built pagans as portrayed by virtually every European Bible pusher since Constantine 280 to 337 AD. It is simply because they could not understand the boundless spirit realm. They could not measure what they could not see with their carnal eyes. The world of hallowed covenants, holistic cultures, and the line uniting divinity and matter is incomprehensible to those unable to see inward, see third eye. This was the foremost lesson for the Adamites to learn. Whenever European rulers fail to understand the infinite and the timeless, they will either try to destroy or distort the subsequent manifest. These thoughts draw strength from the bowels of envy, lust, and hatred. It is in the nature of hatred to be short-sighted, a slave to time and fearful of anything it does not create. Therefore, the foundation of the Bible rests upon a great conspiracy. It was the amalgamation between the Sanhedrin, beginning with the Caiaphas, and the government of the European rule to nationalize the Jewish religion under the Roman government. The world's greatest cover-up since Adam tried to hide from his maker had begun. Rome's subjugation of Israel's religion is rooted in the famed crucified death and resurrection of Rabbani Yehoshua. Though Jews who would not conform to the government's version of Judaism were later called Christians. Not because they were pious like Yehoshua the Christ, but because the title Christian distinguished the rebellious Jews from those willing to compromise under the Roman yoke and law. Yes, the first Christians were Jews. This is why Yehoshua warned John to beware of those who call themselves Jews and are not, Revelations 2:9. Today, this Roman assumable jurisdiction of civil customs is reenacted in the United States takeover of prohibition and the lotteries, number games, etc. Remember, selling liquor and running numbers were crimes of felony when acted by America's common people, but a government control of poor people's pleasures was legalized by the use of one word, license. A license is a document of authorization to a practice that would otherwise be illegal. Black's Law Dictionary. Oppression can do strange and often unimaginable things to the human mind. Weak-minded Jews became Christians the same way pork-free African Muslims have become pig-feet-eating Negro Christians of the USA today. The powerful effect of oppression have never been truly measured on the minds of the US slaves. The Bible, with its Hebrew/Greek version of Adam and Eve, was siphoned from the Israelites during their state of iron hand oppression. The Greeks recognized the Commission Egyptian influence in the Mosaic laws because Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, and Hippocrates, etc., had all received their formal education in the Egyptian mystery system, not to mention the notorious Alexander the Greek. The reader should also remember Moses, being raised as an Egyptian aristocrat, received the foremost teachings of its ancient adept mystery system. These teachings also included perfection of the God self with its powers of dominion over all other living things created by the seven eyes of Allah, the Elohim. This is why the Pharaoh's heart appeared hardened. Pharaoh simply knew all the sciences of the God-man, which Moses had mastered before being exiled. The Egyptian sages were simply not impressed with the exploits by one of their former students, who they viewed now as a traitor for taking the secret teachings into those forbidden lands in the north. Yehoshua, the prophet, also received these lessons, Samun, Banun, in the Egyptian temples featuring Sultan Napi, meaning, man, know thyself. See religious finale. Islam.
First, I'd like to rise to give our man of praise to Allah, honors to the Prophet, honors to our theocratic government, our world council, our flag, seal, emblem, our divine constitution, swift angels, multi citizens alike. Honors to all the ones that spoke before me, all the ones that will speak after. Honors to all those that had a hand in bringing about this class. I'll begin with back to the Greeks. The book of Moses, collectively called the Torah, translated from the Hebrew language containing no vowels into Greek, lost a world of spiritual definitions in the very first draft of the Bible's Old Testament. The Greek version of the Holy Bible, called the Septuagint, the Greek word for 70. 70 is also the Egyptian number for brotherhood. The Septuagint acquired its title from the council of 70 rabbis that convened to translate Torah into a low-class Greek language. All subsequent Bibles trickled down from this one, e.g., the Roman Catholic Latin. The infamous King James Version spurned more than 3,000 variations, edited, revised, and fraternal. Word of God. Did I mention the Holy Quran and the ancient Bhagavad Gita has never been changed? This history is pertinent to Adam and Eve because most of the westernized world is only aware of the biblical version. Yet the Bible was never written by a single prophet, as are other sacred tablets. This is because every major prophet always leaves a holy book of guidance for their special people. And while most Christian scholars are drenched in a maze of unresolved questions about Adam, Eve, Cain, blood, Moses, the missing 18 years of Yehoshua's life, etc., really does anyone question who titled the Bible holy in the first place, or who said it is the word of God? Another master question is, since there is no difference between the great God and his name, who is the God that wrote the Holy Bible? Truth is, the era of Moses was about 1300 BC. The oldest Hebrew story in the Bible only dates back to a little less than 4000 BC. Good gracious. There are pyramids and mounds older than these Hebrew stories. The ancient Safari and Moabites had circumnavigated the entire continent of Amexem by 8000 BC. There were many African civilizations that gave birth to the tribes of Israel, collectively known as Hebrews. In fact, is it not strange that Adam's son Cain already knew his wife, although they were in Nod, east of Eden, Genesis 4:16-17. The entire story of Adam and Eve marks the two great civilizations. The first was during the founding of Atlantis, Lemuria, and Mu. This one was before the catastrophic earthquake, which is often confused with the 40-day biblical monsoon called the flood. When Moses led this tribe out of Egypt, east into the promised land, did I mention the Moabites were already using Moab? The Amorites were busy in Ammon, and there were some Canaanites still in Canaan. In other words, the promised land was already being occupied by natives of that era. An accurate history would also reflect that the promised land was another lawful province of ancient KEMET, Egypt. During this time, the only gods of the civilized world were the pharaohs who were the rulers of the earthland. They were not too pleased with those who called themselves Jews squatting on their land across the sea. It seems the descendants of those self-proclaimed Jews of that era would be repeating the same Exodus 3,300 years later in 1948. Western-backed proclamations of Islam occupied land. Case in point, the biblical Hebrew story are not the true origins of the human family. Their stories are mostly abstract versions of the divine creation, fall, and perfection of man. These histories of the world were learned by an enslaved people, Hebrews, while under Kemetan rule and mystery system. The world's first religious creed, Islamism, by slaves never being greater than their masters. they really understand the origin of nature of their master's creed. Anyway, the original Hebrews, with Moses' Egyptians teaching, did not believe that God or man had beginnings, nor did they believe that spirit man could die, not as long as the great God lives. The Egyptians had taught Moses that man is a perfect being. This is why the great Torah in its original Hebrew text is by far more accurate than today's infamous Word of God. But only a few NBC people dig back far enough to the origins of a given matter. The truth of the creation of fallen man states time never was when man was not. If life of man at any time began, the time will come when it will end. Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 1. In contrast to this immutable truth, the Greek's Holy Bible gave God the creation and man's various time slots. With the Bible's infamous opening Aleph passage of in the beginning, Genesis 1:1, in the beginning is the Greek misinterpretation of the Hebrew oral history and became the start of today's Once Upon a Time. Introduction to some Western stories. Only one kind of person would equate the infinite absolute with the finite duration called time. Perhaps this is why Noble Ali stated, finite minds cannot comprehend things infinite. Ironically, the majority of the man-made people, American Negroes, blacks, have not figured out one major problem. With all the religious and political world rulers and evangelistic preaching about love for humanity, why is it that none of the major religions teach them the truth and teach them the truth of who they are? But then again, the problem itself has been a secret till now. Now, with some of the biblical discrepancies and other Greek-Roman slants to the original man aforementioned, let us now remind ourselves of Africa's Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve, as documentation, is the ancient Kemetian and Moabite record of spirit man's descent into human form and conscious liberation back into all of his God state again. For those Black African Americans, especially stuck in the stupor of disbelief and never question what God Greek is, the Bible truly the word of God? They need to review one historical revelation. The modern world is nearly 86% populated by people of olive skin. There are Bibles in all of them, even Islamic countries. Yet how many nations and tribes of African descent, all people of hue, own and rule their indigenous land without European intervention? But the Bible and its trademark cross are in these places. And who is the economic and more often than not political, social, and religious ruler of their lands? How much has truly changed since the era of Brother Yehoshua or Joshua? See, Illuminati. So what does this have to do with Adam and Eve? Value, just plain value. Security is what gives a thing value. An accurate, unbiased, and truthful history of any place, person, and time is what gives it value. Security is a manifest of purity, cleanliness, and truth. To see Adam, Ish, and Eve, Isha, in their God state as the original man chosen to be made from the soils of Eden, Amexem, Akabalan, Africa, then as the first humans to walk the earth is to know their true history. The true history of Adam and Eve is so infinitely valuable to the Moorish. These were the children of Adam, Ish, and Eve, Isha, because they honored them as their divine link to the Creator. As long as Moorish nations remember their sacred origin, they could not be mentally enslaved. This is why it took the nations of Europe under the Roman Catholic Christian Crusades 2,000 years to break the minds of the Moors and whitewash away Adam and Eve from their memories. In fact, without speaking radical, the Bible is the chief agitator of the whitewashing machine of Adam and Eve. This is the reason they, the prophets and Yehoshua, appear suddenly pale-skinned in the final rents of the colored churches of today's Vatican subsidies. The value of a divine history. Hardly any hardly any so-called Negroes, colored folks, or black people read Isha, Issa, and Isha into when they were gods in the garden. Today, they cannot fathom their ancient foreparents as being these gods that walked the earth. Even fewer know they were sun-kissed with melanin embodied with flesh from the holy rich grounds of Africa. Let's have siphoned the reason why the holy lands are in Africa is because it gave birth to the holy people. Tragically, even smaller amounts accept the value of knowing Adam and Eve are the mothers and fathers of the human family, Asiatic Muslims. See appendix question 57. But then again, some have been miseducated via a primitive evolution. Truth is, because they are not a free nation of people, today's NBCs is by far more trained than educated. The formula is verified by the fact only property can be trained, while education belongs to citizens of free national governments. Hence, Negroes and blacks being property names that identify those persons detached from the human family and not having father or mother can only be trained at best. Since the NBCs does not have a divine history, they can be trained like domestic beasts to be professors, judges, generals, and congressmen, etc. For any master's government as social benefit. In the end, no property can accrue national prestige, wealth, independence, or prosperity. Making of the first god, Ish or Isa. Ish or Isa was the first angelic god to be formed in a higher tone of flesh. This is why the Moorish are taught the garden is both a geographical and a conscious state. The geographical garden, soon to be explained, is the place on planet Earth, namely where Arabia Habila is today, eastward in Africa, Genesis 2:8. This is where the body of the first man made of mud formed the hollowed high grounds of Central East Africa was formed. The action of his soul with its understanding, thinking, reasoning, and willing was given later. Upon this completion, the original African man became a living soul. It was here nearly 3 million years ago, the spirit of the completion. Upon this completion, the original African man became a living soul. It was here nearly 3 million years ago that the spirit of the great Father God was also made with Ish. And he became the deity made flesh. In truth, Ish became the Word, and the Word was God. He, genderless and made in the image and after the likeness of the Father God, was in fact God. What else could the Father of love make but of himself, as far as image and likeness goes? Eden garden planted eastward, and also describes the body of man receiving the boundless spirit consciousness of his creator and the finite use of soul. These two gifts were placed in the center of the created man. His garden is made of pure thought activity, where things are made of thought. In the Hebrew language, Eden has a delightful garden of God. This is where man's will must be applied in the cultivation of his thoughts. Man's thoughts are either of choice flowers with perfumes or weeds of tumors. The term east and center are synonymous and interchangeable from a conscious point of view. This is why a true Muslim, yogi, Jew, or adept, etc., faces the self, the East, when praying, meditating, or otherwise communicating with their and our Creator. Of course, some scholars call this degree of worship Sufism, occult, even devil worshiping, ho hum. But these are mere scholars still unaware of the infinite God state of their own garden. If these students would just remember everything conforms to its own nature, it is the nature of the mind to become God. Anyway, moving right along, question 57, who were Adam and Eve? Answer, they are the mothers and fathers of the human family, Asiatic and Muslims. This is the question and answer of an American-born Egyptian adapt master named Sheikh Sharif Abdul Ali. All master, prophets, angels, and saints are messengers using languages of wisdom, uniting divinity and matter. So what is the meaning of this question and its answer? In the darkness of misunderstanding, the very simple becomes most complex. In the light of understanding, the complicated becomes simple. We need to understand Adam and Eve so that we can better know ourselves. At this level of Adam and Eve, we must go into Emmanuel, as it is the purpose of Adam and Eve. It is the comprehensive revelation to the gospel that the great God and man are one. In order to give maximum appreciation and value to a thing, one must know how it was put together and for that purpose. And for what purpose? Excuse me. Anything made was structured in time, and time will also determine the longevity of its life before its purpose has ebbed. Man is the pride of all of God's creation, North Holy Quran 36:10. To not know the essence of Adam and Eve is to remain in the darkness from true human life. This darkness is no laughing matter. It is man's unconscious self imprisoned between the two great illusions of the carnal birth and death. Man needs to know his life is actually spent to build the temple of perfected man. More Holy Quran 5:21. This life is nothing but an illusion and absorbed in the finite duration of time. This is only Maya, just a simple play of consciousness. If at any time the life of man begin, a time will come when it would end. More Holy Quran. Number 1. Islam. Turn this meeting back over to the Dr. Amenti. Islam.
Islam. Gratitude, Moors. Islamism. We again rise giving praises to the great God Allah, honors to his holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet. And if you pay attention to that measure as it was given from the book of fire, it most definitely lays the foundation as to what we are, when it comes to understanding the science that is brought to us. Actually, it gives us a methodology, the one that we're utilizing now to separate the truth from the falsehood, the bone from the fish, whatever, however we want to call it, you know what I mean? So be it. But this is a grand drawing, family, and it lays a perfect foundation as we go into this special measure dealing with the lesson 1 that we had sent out to our Moorish kin. And before we get into that, I want to bring something forth to also use the hammer of repetition from the brother Mustafa Gadala's work, Ancient Egyptian Universal Writing Modes. And this is in relation to dealing with, the Demotic language. As you see, this actual lesson touches semi on the hieratic, but it's dealing more with the Demotic, as they put these things side by side, so to speak. And again, we are the ones that are going here with a critical analysis. We actually dealing with the science. We taking the elements, we breaking them down, we separating them, putting them under the microscope. We doing all that right now, Islam. So gratitude. And this would be coming from page 57. And you can see fragments of ostraca For those who are not familiar with ostraca, these are shards, are like more like pottery or even stone, so to speak, you know, because most Demotic is found written on it. You can also find Demotic actually engraved in certain areas too, if you look hard enough. But listen to what the brother Mustafa Gadala states before we go into this lesson 1, because they actually touch on some things, if you read through it yourself, you know, where I was like, man, these people something else. But they confirmed what we said, had the audacity to say, yeah, well, the Greeks was just giving back to Kemet what they had took from them, so to speak, right? They're going to take the language and then give it back to them. Yeah, so, but anyway, it states, Einkoryu, you know, which is another name for Demotic script. And I'm pretty sure if you've done deep research, family, the term Demotic really didn't refer to an exact script per se. It really had to do with cursive writings in general when you look at it. You know what I mean? That's why Mustafa always say erroneously referred to as Demotic, or erroneously referred to as heretic, you know, to nothing much to do about, you know, so forth and so on. But we told you that the actual language, you know, for this particular script that we are dealing with is called the second Shat. You see? And that's a whole nother measure just dealing with that in of itself. But anyway, it goes on to state, Einkoryu, Demotic script, is claimed by Western academians to be a unique form of cursive writing of Egyptian language. It is further claimed by Western academics that this unique style was used for everyday affairs for the ancient Egyptians, right? It was claimed by Western academians that it was a kind of very cursive shorthand for rapid writing, which was replete with ligatures. This is going to come up. And he said abbreviations and other orthographic peculiarities. As such, these academics claim that the Demotic record is dominated by legal, administrative, and commercial material, literary compositions, scientific, and even religious texts which were written in a more calligraphic or calligraphic hand. So he's talking about when they changed the style of the writing, you know, rather than just being a writing, they're saying, okay, well, this was a different measure here. You know, he's trying to take the categorization off of this demonstration that Rome put out here. Not what they were used for, but the way they wrote, the style they wrote. They were just writing in a different style. You see what I'm saying? Just as we write in, you know, regular manuscript and then come back with cursive, you know, you're still saying the same thing. But a lot of time the European will complicate the simple and try to make it look like something else was being taught about based upon the way they wrote. You see what I'm saying? That's a whole nother measure. We'll get into that. It says if academics claim that this script was used for religious texts as well as business documents, how is it possible to call this rapid cursive Demotic when it was used for heretic/sacred purposes in religious rite? Now, this is the Greek form that we actually looking for right here, but they're using the term Demotic in application to this term because it's just another, you know, cursive script. You see what I'm saying? Or just another alphabet. But they applying this to all these different things. You'll see it online. That's why I showed you a Demotic alphabet that actually looked different from this alphabet coming from the Meroitic, and then another, because it just really meant cursive writing. Or just, you know, that's the term they use. So anyway, it says Coptic script, and this is very key, is claimed by Western academians to be a unique form of cursive writing of the Egyptian language. It is further stated by Western academians by sheer repetition and contrary to the facts that a Coptic form of writing was developed about 300 CE. We done seen that a lot, ain't with the Europeans saying that, right? He said for the use of the Christian population of Egypt, which consisted of letters of Greek alphabet and additional 6 characters derived from the Egyptian Demotic script, right? He says to express sounds that were peculiar to the Egyptian language. He says, shown below is Coptic script from the Nag Hammadi codices. It is written in unicals and has the same exact Egyptian letter form thousands of years before the Greek era. So that debunks this 300, CE demonstration they got going on the manifest. I actually got copies of the Nag Hammadi in that book I got called The Other Bible. That's some of those are composed. And so this same language is identified as Coptic, which we also seen the old Nubic text, the Christian text we had sent out, so these things have been around long before the European began to call them, Coptic and Demotic and so forth and so on, and so when we go back amongst the ancestors again, how is it that this document can be found thousands of years, prior to this language? No, that's when Ptolemy, anytime they put that 300 up there, they even made a movie about it, 300, right? Anytime you see that 300 in the time frame, that's what the Ptolemies are on the manifest. So stand guard, family. So it goes on and states the so-called Coptic Greek script, it's a / Greek script, is in fact an ancient Egyptian unicals form of writing. There you go. We done already did this research. So when we hear Mustafa Gadala say this, it don't sound outlandish to us at all. Now, to somebody's mind that has been saturated in Western academian philosophy, this is incorrect. This is absurd. How can he make these claims? We done did the groundwork, so to speak. So you can't tell us that this brother ain't speaking the truth. But you got to do the research, to know this right here. You see, this ain't that hand-me-down philosophy, that our people normally get. You gonna deal with it this way, and this is the systematic approach and what we have created. Man, it says it was Greeks who adopted from them, from the Egyptians when they came to Egypt as mercenaries to study, and not the reverse. This is also confirmed in a roundabout way in the lesson that we have that was compiled, on the manifest, right? They always try to throw a little measure in there to leave the door open, for the Greek droid, when you deal with a lot of these documents that have been compiled, they just won't say straight out it came from the people. They got to try to, make you jump through hoops and all this right here to put the Greek somewhere up in there. Superimposition is what we call it, right? So it says in the 17th century, Father Athanasius Kircher has acknowledged in his extensive analytical works that the Greek script is ancient Egyptian in origin. Uh-oh. You mean to tell me one of the ones that was supposed to be part and parcel of their demonstration admitted this? Yeah, he did. And we got whole books that was written that came out of that era. In fact, those who were speaking on what the different writing modes was used for. We actually made references to those documents. We're dealing with Moses, giving the legalities of Moses, that PDF that we came from a couple of times, talking about the epistolographic forms of writing and, the figurative forms, that verses dealing with the symbolic, and, all of that came from the teachings of, likes of Athanasius Kircher, right? But then it says that he has acknowledged in his extensive analytical works that the Greek script is an ancient Egyptian in origin. And for that, he was badly ridiculed by his fellow Europeans. See that? They got on him about that. How could you say these things come from Egypt? No, you're not supposed to say. That's the secret. You are the secret. And so this is why scholars like G.M. James, who had came a part of these different Boule camps, when he wrote and he seen the truth, that one said, I ain't finna keep no secret. I'm finna come out here and go tell it on the mountain. He wasn't singing no gospel song. He came out that demonstration mode and went to putting it out there, they said, we got to get this one here up out the body. He done violated the oath. Teaching these people that they to God, teaching these people that all the signs come from Egypt. So I guess he said, when I'm going to do it to death then. Because he sure enough went up through there, show you what a mystery teaching, and a lot of GM James, we see the chairman definitely had read those measures. You know what I mean? Stolen legacy. Ooh, boy, it says false distinctions of Egyptian cursive writing, right? It says the above Western arbitrary 3 scripts, delineations, where it is claimed that the first 2 are of Egyptian origin, while the third is of Greek origin, are totally false distinctions. Now, I've been saying this for the longest, right? It says the first, second, and claim the scripts are distinction without a difference of Egyptian cursive style of writing. As for the unical writing style, it is an Egyptian style that was adopted by the Greeks, as will be shown in the several areas of this book. We already know how it was adopted, but Mustafa Gadala gives you foundation and basis to go back to it. We showed you that how these things were done in the remix we put there. We call it the remix, right? Rosetta Netta. So it goes on, and it says, let us leave the unical style, a so-called Coptic Greek, for later discussion, and concentrate our efforts here on the cursive writings, which were arbitrarily delineated by Western academics as hieratic and demotic. It says the clear evidence is that what Western academics call hieratic script and demotic script have no special real hieratic purpose. You see? He says there were various styles of writing: formal, cursive, semi-formal, semi-cursive. You know, so when we utilize those terms, you know, we say the only way out of the fire is through the fire. You know, we talk about the hieratic and demotic, just like using the term God. We know the name God, you know, as an English version of what is stated, always been applied to a man. You know what I mean? We know the name Allah really equates with the great God. If you want to put it in a transliteration, that exalts Allah above everything in creation, right? So when we get into that, a special aspect is the same thing when you deal with these terms, hieratic and demotic, being that people know it by this more than they don't know it by second inshat. They don't know it by hikapta. You see what I'm saying? So that's why we teaching our people right now. You know, so this is powerful though. He said there were various styles of writing: formal, cursive, semi-formal, semi-cursive. Some were extremely stylized, ornate, and ornamented, while others were simple and plain. You ever seen, all you got to do is look at the Arabs. When it comes to the Grand Quran, if you're not careful, you'll think that you see a whole nother language sometime when you look at the calligraphy. Because sometimes they write the Arabic straight out, but then they put it all together, or they put certain twists on it. It's based on the stylist that's doing it, but it's still Arabic. And that's basically what he's getting into here. And that's what I was saying earlier. European will try to tell you this was different because they wrote it this way. They no, this was the same language being wrote, but just with different styles. So it goes on to say, here are the results of writing variations between the erroneously hieratic and demotic and so-called abnormal hieratic. Europeans got their terminology for everything. Don't? How can you take a language and then put your own title on it and then talk about how abnormal it is? Goodness gracious. So it says abnormal hieratic by the Western academians, as published in Paleographical Study of Demotic Papyri by Ole El Aguzi. It should be noted that despite the misleading title of this reference, it actually lists and makes comparisons between the erroneously hieratic, demotic, and so-called abnormal hieratic scripts throughout the book. And he says, Ola El Aguzi, he also writes in her book, Paleographical Study of Demotic Papyri on page 18, it is generally different difficult, pardon self, to base the dating on either of these forms because, as just mentioned, they were used equally in all periods with no apparent reason for the choice of either of them, right? Then she said, the hieratic simplified form illustrates the following figure, are quite similar to the demotic form of this group. Again, we see pathetic ways of finding differences where there are none. An example is in the letter M, where Ole Elaguzi writes in her book, the same book on page 25, the demotic writing of the sign is the same as the simplified form used in the hieratic, except that in the demotic, the lower cursive is usually more rounded than the hieratic one. Then it states, he said, really, the lower cursive is more rounded? How pathetic, right? And quotations regarding the letters of Ola Elaguzi writes about in graphical study of Demotic papyri on page 36. She says, it seems that the abnormal hieratic and demotic writings of the sign are a result of the simplification of the hieratic sign in Middle and New Kingdoms. This sign in its abnormal hieratic form is quite similar to the hieratic examples of the same period later, inasmuch as it does not add any unnecessary line to the main elements of the sign. Then on page 37, she said, the demotic examples, on the other hand, resemble the hieratic examples of the Middle Kingdom. 38, she said, the demotic variants of this sign phonetic Q are not very different from their hieratic equivalents. Page 40, she stated the resemblance of the abnormal hieratic letter G with its hieratic equivalent is very obvious. Page 41, the abnormal hieratic examples for D are not very different from the hieratic. Then she says, page 137, the demotic form depicts a simplification of previous forms. Then page 141, the similarity of the abnormal hieratic forms with the hieratic ones needs no description. In 147, she said, like the previous sign, the early demotic forms of this sign are very much like the hieratic ones. And lastly, the demotic forms is page 168. Demotic forms of the sign are not very different from the preceding hieratic forms. Only the upper closed curve is open on the left side. Then it says, by their own words, Western academians and their paid proxies admit to no material difference between the erroneously called hieratic and demotic, as well as any other in between, the so-called abnormal hieratic. So he basically used the references coming from one that is basically dealing with that Western academia to prove his point, you know, as it was said over and over throughout that particular work, you know, which is a work also for us to, you know, go into if we chose to, and, you know, do a critical analysis of the work for ourselves. He just gave you the source and the reference. You know, man, it's just a powerful demonstration, you know, and he said it here also. He quoted Clement of Alexander in the Stramata book 5. You know, in chapter 4, he said that it clearly what tells us of the real two primary styles of alphabetic writing, as well as the unrelated pictorial Egyptian hieroglyphs. That's what I like about Mustafa Gadala. He went to the source that so-called created so-called this language, and he utilized their words to basically condemn what it is they brought to the manifest. Now that's some powerful scholarship right there. Like, yeah, wait a minute, you said this over here, but now you said you can't have it both ways. That's basically what he was saying. You've been exposed. He said, now those instructed among the Egyptians learned first of all that style of Egyptian letters, which is called epistolographic, cursive, or composed as series of letters. And the second, the hieratic style, which the priestly scribes perform, and finally, last of all, hieroglyphic. You see the order they put it in. They didn't put the hieroglyphic first. See, this is how it was taught in ancient Kemet. It wasn't that the glyphs didn't have a purpose, they just didn't come first. And the purpose of the glyphs, as we remember, metaphysical, figurative, allegorical, symbolic. You see, we're gonna get into the symbolic teachings of those things later, you know, but we ain't there yet. You see? So it goes on and it says the third item being Egyptian hieroglyphics and its measure, well, its nature, par and self meanings, etc. was discussed early. KEMET never stated that Egyptian hieratic style was a cursive or degenerated form of hieroglyphics. Hieroglyphics was a notably and very last form he mentioned. See, he emphasized it. You see? It says the last mode of the script being hieroglyphics is not letters or words, but KEMET reformed that all writers in antiquities had indicated that the Egyptian hieroglyphics were of three natures: imitative, figurative, and allegorical, like I just said, basically. So KEMET of Alexandria specifies two primary alphabetic writing modes, one for the domestic, it says in the common public, and used, and another is that performed exclusively by the Egyptian priest and exclusively for religious writings, you know. And so he went into showing the cursive style and the priestly religious style. He said the cursive style is a fluid, rounded, ligatured handwriting, which is Kufic, easy to write in domestic affairs, secular, civil. And then he said the priestly religious is a square, unslanted, segmented unicles, letters written separately, formal, in the book, easy to read, theological matters. In order to make it easier for readers who have been misled by Western academics, false categorizations, we offer here the true delineations, par and self, with cross-reference to incorrect Western academia reference Egyptian writing styles. And so he goes into, you know, how they was written and why they was written as they was, you know, and so forth and so on. But I want to get into one lesson, lesson one, and our Moorish kin can go in here and, you know, read these things and go further with that from Mustafa Gadala. So I'm gonna share the screen real quick, so we can get off into this drawing, because this is gonna be a measure that we'll, you know, we'll be carefully drawing off of to give our family some familiarity with what it is that we're dealing with here. And let me close that up. That's all right. I know y'all can see that. Lesson one. And again, you know, we already know from looking at this document that it was composed by somebody of a later time because it don't have the abjad order. But that still doesn't change the fact that the alphabet, you know, is on the manifest. And that's for us to do, to put these things in order, which most of our Moorish kin was demonstrating in the last class. You know, and we got to do that, you know, more proficiently, even when it comes to what we're dealing with right now. But nevertheless, you know, we'll be looking at this lesson, you know, and gaining and drawing from it because there's valuable information in it. But by the same token, we have to make a critical analysis because we're going through the fire right now. And the only way out of this fire of confusion that was created is through the fire. We got to know our condition. We got to know how we became ill. We got to know what a remix and the remix came in at. So gratitude. Lesson one, it says alphabet, transliteration, and pronunciation. That's what this particular drawing is dealing with. In this presentation of the Demotic alphabet, only the unilateral signs are introduced. It says bilaterals and trilaterals, as well as ideograms and determinatives, will be introduced gradually through the lessons. Now, note all of these categorizations that they are given, you know, under, you know, unilateral, bilateral, trilateral. This is how the European chooses to understand through their grammatical, knowledge, what these things are. Make no mistake about it. Kemetically, we can't say that they use these terminology because they came later, but we get it nevertheless, right? So as well as ideograms and determinants. We're going to get into that right there. As a matter of fact, we can do that right now since we mentioned the word. Okay, you can see that. Did that screen change more? Can you see
Islam.
you
Islam.
see determinative up there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Islam, gratitude. So the definition of a determinative is having the power to determine, limiting, shaping, directing, and conclusive. So these, when you hear European use this terminology in reference to dealing with the signs, that they see in the symbols of ancient Kemet, they are saying that they have utilized their power to determine what the meaning is. Therefore they have limited the meaning as well, because this determinative in their own mind limits something. So when you have something come from a high level of vibration and somebody say, well, this is what it is, and they put it in a box, in all actuality, they are stifling the minds of the people because they really don't know what the ancestors meant back then. So they're going to limit it to their understanding. That's what to determine basically means. They're going to shape it according to their understanding. They're going to direct, this particular knowledge according to their understanding, and then it becomes conclusive because they determine it to be. You see, this is what took place, and not only took place with Kemet, but mostly everywhere that you deal with Western academia, everywhere you deal with people like the Indologists, who even went and came up with a whole new time keeping system. Started from year one, and that year one started from the year 6,000 years ago, so to speak, right? They created their own calendars, but prior to that, it was before the Indologists, it was the Indus-Kushite Valley civilization that kept the time. It was the Kemites who kept the time with their sundial. You see, having numbers so tremendous, such as 311 trillion years, going back to the beginning, and so forth and so on. And even beyond that, in ancient Kemet, they call it Zep Tepi, before time ever was. You see, but then them Europeans come in there, no, that ain't what it is. We're going to call it the Julian. We're going to call it the Gregorian calendar, right? Well, I tell you, Rome, something else. So, nevertheless, so when you see this concept and they talk about determinants being introduced gradually, just keep that in mind, because we have our own measures of bringing things forth. But it says the Roman period of the language used more alphabetic signs than the other stages. However, all periods use such signs. Attention should be paid to the forms of the signs as they are used as the first letter initial of a word or elsewhere in a word, medial or final. The list below represents the paleographical Ptolemaic signs. And this is basically evidenced by the way they put the order there. You don't see the abjad order. Like I say, anytime you see that, you see the remix or the gremix in there. Nothing against the actual alphabet itself, but they put it in this order. That's the evidence that the language has been, messed with, so to speak. They took the signs and put their own meanings on them, or whatever the case may be, according to what it was. Now, what we are seeing according to this Demotic measure, they trying to say whether it was dealing with the old kingdom or a new kingdom, you will see variations and so forth and so on of how these things evolve, as they are now, so to speak, right? But anyway, it goes on and it shows you here the transliteration. This is the actual letter coming from the Demotic symbol itself, which is here, right? Then they have the hieratic, beside it. As you see, they were making a comparison between these two signs. That's how they did it, you know what I mean? But we know in most cases, there were a history of what things were turned around or turned in different areas. So we familiar with that aspect. But we have to take these things with a grain of salt as we go along with the lesson, and only use these things as marker examples in order to understand, the language that they are calling Demotic and hieratic and so forth and so on. So it states that this first letter is never used as a word initial. You see? So that's one of the rules that are put there. And rarely a word final. You see? So these are rules to keep in mind. You got the letter I here, right? This particular letter here, if you look at it, you can see these two forms of it are similar. They're just saying that you will find this letter I, in either symbol. Then they put a hieratic equivalent to it, and this is what I is here. So they're comparing it there. Word initially, a word initial only part itself, right? It's what they're saying this is utilized at. Then it goes into here, the letter E, you see two stripes, so to speak, and then they did the same. You see two symbols, but they're a little different, a lot different actually in these two lines. But they call this the prothetic I, the internal E in early Demotic. So they're showing an interchangeable measure between the I and the E here, you see? But anyway, then they have, what looks like almost a backward comma, so to speak, and then they give you another symbol here, looks similar. Then they give you one in the hieratic, and it says with horizontal signs. Then it says with vertical signs, and basically they are making comparisons with which the way these things are written, as dealing with horizontal and vertical signs. When they change them or turn them a certain way. You see them here vertical, you see them here horizontal, so to speak. And they are comparing between these two and saying these are the same letter too, right? Then you have the Y. And that's the three stripes here. You got three measures here, and you see the way they give them, which is very similar to the ones that they demonstrated up here. The only difference, they gave you two of this symbol here in this particular Y, which is also, similar to the I, and the I and the Y is interchangeable. So I guess that can be a better way of, you can even say the way you emphasize in the words, so to speak, or I, just like it's interchangeable with the letter J too, even though you'll never see that here. That's in the English. There ain't no J in the, but if somebody was translating something, they would put a J in it coming to the English in most cases. Or you can just keep it as it is. It's basically, on the chart. So it says W here. Then they give a letter here where they comparing it to this particular letter in hieratic. You see this letter is being compared to that letter. This was the Europeans' way of looking at these things and so forth and so on, and trying to find their way around tracing the language back, whatever, right? But it speaks of initial and consonant, middle or final, and the plural and the plural suffix pronoun, which is like I, we, me, all that type of stuff right there. But they are showing what they are calling initial, medial, and plural forms, right? It says B. And we seen the B, we familiar with that. We went into that in our other class. It looked like a 4 to me. Then they got a measure here they tried to compare with it in hieratic, no distinction in usage. It's basically always used as it is. Here's another form of it being expressed here, sometimes ligature. And ligature, let me give you that definition as well. This is an example of ligature. When you have two root letters that are preceding a particular word, so to speak. such as in fish or like flow. You see the FI, the FL, you know, the FF, you know, FFI in office. You know, it's basically like a you know, a prefixing of, you know, root letters that gives the word a flow and a meaning, so to speak. So this would be in a ligature form here. Sometimes they say, right? But then you have the letter P here. P is often interchangeable with the letter F too. Sometimes P is interchangeable with the B. So it ain't strange they brought the P behind the B, you know, when you deal with these things. So all those things are surfaced when it's necessary, you know, for us to deal with that type of knowledge. But you see this symbol here, they compare to this symbol in the hieratic. Generally, early with space filler dot. You see in the space filler dots, in this language, they are saying these represent a concept of determinatives, as you'll see later. You see? And there's a determination of what's being stated and being said, but that's a whole nother measure. But you also see it in this form here. But then it goes into the letter M. You see the letter M, and letter M is real consistent in most languages, seem like to me, one of the most well preserved, you know. You see it here, it looks like a number 3 right there, right? Same thing, pretty close. This is why they always say, well, the Demotic evolved out of the hieratic, but it was really more into the aspect of them being close together at the same time. Though the hieratic, you can find more of it on the manifest, because you got to remember everything the European found in papyrus. You know, you really can't consider the end all be all, because next thing you know, they'll be done found some more papyrus. So as we are dealing with now, according to our knowledge now, this is the place holding apparatus, you know, and until other things unfold, because that is a possibility along the way. We have to keep that in mind as well. But it says the letter N. We can see it, you know, in its various different expressions and forms, as it will be identified, you know, often written here in the hieratic this way, you know, unwritten preposition in a genitive. You see here when the form is alone in the hieratic, and then you see here another form here. So once we go to reading these things and looking into them, you know, we'll be able to identify. And that's what this lesson is going to prepare us for, becoming familiar with these symbols and these signs, because we often hear people expressing the pictorial glyphs, but we're really getting into an area that nobody has really embarked upon by going into these demotic texts and the hieratic texts, because they've been so focused on pictorial symbols. So R here, we see the symbols for it. We've seen them use this in the glyphs and say, yeah, this is letter R. And, you know, we've seen all of that when they try to do that with the symbols, but you would not find this symbol, you know, itself in the demotic pattern. You know, it's a comparison. So here is another one in the hieratic here. Then they're showing again, just like they did in the original measure. They're showing different forms in the way these things are used. That one has the dot on it, just in case if there was a determinative expression that they put in there, but we're gonna get to the bottom of all of this. So you see the letters here, they compared these. Then you got the letter L, which the letter L and R was together. It ain't strange that they putting them right beside each other, I see. You know, the R and the L, because in all actuality, they were interchangeable at one time. You see? This is the symbol, you know, that's used here for the letter L. This actually looks like a letter L. You see, these look like 2 L's. That one actually looked like one going in one direction. That one looked like one going in that direction. They look like L, 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 L if you go all the way around it, though, don't it? Nevertheless, you know, it's often interchangeable with the R. You see, they showed all that as well here. Okay, so then you have H. And you're going to see a couple of forms of this H being expressed, but really they're going to tell you later on that really is hard to determine because there are so many in the sound, they sound such alike to where they use either one of them interchangeable, you know, and it wouldn't hurt, so to speak. It's based on how adept one is in learning the differences between them as we get into the pronunciation and whatever you bring forth, but it'll still be understood as the letter H. As you see, it's like 4 different forms of it here. But here's one of the forms. And here's the other form under the hieratic. You know, this is demotic, this is hieratic. And they say this is often a confused H, meaning, you know, basically the way in the pronunciation of it. Then you have the letter H here with the dot under it, different symbol here, you know, when you look at all the various different forms, when you see this, if you see it, you know what letters they represent. No distinction in usage with space or fill a dot. You know, it goes into all of that. This is the hieratic version of it. You see they done throw some little symbols, pictorial glyphs down. This is the letter H here as well. You know, another expression of it. You see a little hoop at the bottom here. You know, and we can make that emphasis if we so choose to do so. You see? Yeah, so if you look at them, you can see the equivalent they have here with the Coptic and so forth and so on. The Hecopter. Here's another H. That's actually a 5th H too. But yeah, this symbol is used here. You know, and then they show the comparative measure that is given here. But there's actually another alphabet, you know, that corresponds more with this, and these are dealing with the 2 slashes. They also have this measure here. That's another Coptic equivalent. Then you have another H here, you know, which is a 6 H, so to speak, right? But this one right here is different in the look. You know, this is all, you know, they try to take certain symbols and compare them. You can see the similarities between some of them, you know, that because we know that they are close together in language, you know, but again, it goes back to the style of writing, how one was writing. So we can see the relations to them, you know, between each other, but we have to really be careful, you know, when we make a certain measure of assumption just by saying this look like that, because it could actually be wrong. You mess one of the letters up and it turned into a totally different word, you see, because you done basically corrupted the root. So here's the letter S in various different forms of expression they have here. This is demotic, this is the hieratic as we know. We can see this here, most common names, Greek initial, under the signs, above the signs, and so forth and so on. You know, they even go further here, dealing with what they call feminine singular suffix pronouns. You know, again, and I want to show our people that right there too, so they get a grand drawing when we talk about, you know, the hold up, let me see, can I get it? I might have to minimize. Let's see, can I get, okay, there we go. You ain't got to pay no attention to these measures here over here, they just there. But anyway, you know, these are your suffix pronouns, the I, my, you, your, he, his, it, she, hers, it's, ours. You know, that's basically what they're referring to, you know, when they're talking about the suffix pronouns that are used. When you see these symbols, that's what's there. We'll be able to see what it is by the context of what's being translated. If it's I, me, you, he, she, or they, and so forth and so on, right? So here you have the letter S. And this actually looks like the Sheen alphabet in the Arabic. We can see a relation to that. You know, and these are some of the rules that we can use based upon the knowledge we have of the letters. If we see the, you know, form and, you know, it's universal connection, we can bank on some of those things that relate. And so this is basically what they did here as well with this letter in the hieratic. Just look very similar, more common above or below the other sign. But then they go into the letter K, you know, which you see 2 of them, but and the symbols look similar. No distinction in usage. That's basically as it is. K here. Here's the form of the K here in the hieratic, K in the demotic. Here, underline. Two masculine singular suffix pronoun. You know, they go into it showing what they became, you know, from a time of dealing with the old text into the later text. You see it here, looks similar, right? You got the letter G. You see the G in its different forms. So when you see that in demotic and you begin to look at it, you know what they are. This is the hieratic form. You got the G and the K and the K. Remember I told you that the G is interchangeable with the K. Also, you'll see it being interchangeable with the C when you get into the abjad sequencing, because the C in the English alphabet actually evolved out of the G, A, B, C, D, A, B, G, D, right? So T here, you see the symbols that they have here, and they actually use a similar measure that go back to even the B in some aspects of what they're trying to connect this. We'll have to do some research as we go along in the lessons on that and see how that happens. But we do know the T is interchangeable with the letter D, right? This is less frequent, meaning it ain't used in this way, mostly used in this way in the hieratic. You know, in the demotic, you can see these things here less frequently used too. So that right there gives a measure, and this is more of this is special drawing. Then you have the letter D up under the T. I notice again, they're putting these letters that evolve closely with each other, that have an interchangeable nature. They put one on top and one on bottom. That's what we're knowing about this sequencing that they put together with these alphabets here. And notice they following up with the T, 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 and the D as well. This is another form of D. You know, this is another form in the hieratic dealing with the letter D. Foreign words in plus T and D. You know, T here with the arrow up under. This is a form of that, right? They got three different expressions. So when you see these symbols, you have to think of this. And you can always use these charts right here to make a comparison and become familiar. I see they put the actual picture here. They actually have an alphabetical symbol for this as well in the hieratic that you can look for it. But historical T infinitives, pronominal nouns, you know, which is basically measures that are explaining itself, so to speak. Self-explanatory, as they call it, right? But then you got T here, again, a form of it with the line on the bottom, which they compare to this hieratic alphabet here in the verb to take, phonetic, and telling you what this right here means. You can also see, you know, a grand drawing and a connection between that right there, but all is well. And D again, we see that. No distinction in usage, rare. You know, the verb D is to say. You see? So we seeing that when you get into this language right here, some of these symbols even represent whole words, so to speak. You know, the way it was put together. It says the way the signs were written changed slightly through the periods of Demotic. The unilateral sign changes are shown in appendices page 170 as an example. We was talking about determinatives a few minutes ago, and that's why I actually gave that definition. So when we get here, you can see exactly what we said. It says determinatives are used in almost every word, right? Now, this is what a European come up with their concept. It says they are meaning signs placed at the end of the word after the sound of signs, right? Determinatives do not contribute to the sound of the word and are not transliterated. Their function is to help the reader to get some general idea of the meaning of the word. So when you have people going crazy about the determinatives say this, determinatives say, you know, these are supposed to be a so-called helping, you know, system that the European created in order to help themselves so-called determine what's being said in the statement, but they are not any more necessary than evil is necessary as a requisite for man. You see? So anyway, it goes on. A large number of signs can be used as determinatives. Actually, something about 180 signs. Some used many times and some very rarely used. If they would have took a determinative approach to reading, the symbols from a metaphysical, allegorical, symbolical standpoint, they would have been more in line with the meta from that standpoint, right? You see? So it all boiled down to them trying to make themselves understand something they really didn't have no knowledge to understand anyway. So it says one point you have to always remember is that the orthography was not as consistent in ancient Egypt as it is nowadays. You can find the same word written with small differences from text to text, and even in the same text. So you can find the same word written with a determinative in a text, other determinative in some other scribe's text, and even without determinative in other texts. So a determinative, again, was not necessary. You had people that put it there, and they didn't call them determinatives. That's what the European call them. In other words, we can call them, marks of direction or distinction. We can look at it from that aspect. A great number of determinatives can be found through the lessons and in the vocabulary, and many of them have their meanings explained. Now, this is key. Watch what is being said here. Transliteration. Discussions concerning transliteration are not yet finished among Egyptologists. The knowledge is incomplete, huh? Especially demoticists. The system, listen to this more, the system adopted at the International Congress of Egyptologists in 1979, that's the year I was born. This is when they adopted this system at the Congress of Egyptologists. Right? Is consistent, although artificial. So again, this is them again guessing at the truth, trying to put something together. It said it's based on earlier stages of Egyptian language, especially Middle Egyptian. It means demotic words are transliterated as words are transliterated historically in Middle Egyptian. Demotic ligatures cannot be broken down into unilateral signs, so they are transliterated as words are transliterated historically. Demotic phonetics, e.g. the D equals T, but D, and then it goes into equal T, it say are used in particularly when ligatures are combined with alphabet signs. The evidence of such alphabet sign is given the preference to the historical transliteration. Some special pronunciation conventions are used to indicate some grammatical points. A dot is used to indicate the position of the determinatives in the word if any part of the word is written after the determinatives. Exclude phonetic complements. In demotic, the plural strokes, as you see the L and then it goes in the W, are written after the feminine marker, here. And then it says, but this combination is translated as WT. Like when they say nisut, a newt, and all that type of demonstration. But it says diagonal parallel lines in this guide equals are used to indicate the connection of a suffix pronoun to the pronominal form on which it depends, such as verbs, nouns, and prepositions. Compounds and grammatical elements are connected with a hyphen. Parentheses is used to add words or a part of words that are not represented, but were a part of the word nonetheless. They're giving you rules on how to understand it as we go into these lessons, while you'll see these things. Square brackets show words are parts of words that are missing because of damage or have become broken away. When it is not possible, even fairly ascertain to point what is written, that the square brackets enclose ellipses. Then it goes into the curly brackets are used to enclose words or parts of words for which the demoticists think the scribe wrote a wrong sign. That's funny. How they gonna think that the scribes wrote wrong signs and they came later? But that's a whole nother measure. We ain't gonna go there. It goes on to state, you know, it needs appointed brackets going in either direction. It says enclose words or parts of words that are not represented in the text, but the modicists think it occurred by an error of the scribe again. Goodness gracious. Because Demotic does not preserve the original vowels of the Egyptian languages, I beg to differ. Because the vowels were preserved in the, it's actually right there in the Meroitic script. And there are a lot of scripts in the land that actually have the vowels in them. If you do a lot of research across the land, you'll find A-E-I-O-U was very present in the Afro-Asiatic languages, as they call them, right? But it says, because Demotic does not preserve the original vowels of Egyptian language, Demoticists put E, you know, as in met between two consonants, you know, other than those that deal with the I and the E and the Y, because of the W, they could have already been considered, you know, a lead measure dealing with a connection in the vowel. It wasn't necessary to put something in between it. But the letter E has most universally been accepted, even though you'll see some with A, U, like Amen, Amun, you know, different ways they spell it. They say really the E, you know, is more sufficient to put in between it. That's their particular approach. But that's another subject as well. It says some notes on pronunciation should be regarded. By the end of the Middle Kingdom, the letter R closing a syllable became silent. So you wouldn't really hear the R at the end of a closing of a syllable. It says by the end of the third intermediate period, D and T became indistinguishable. So that's why you hear me always talk about atum, you know, and then, you know, ATUM, and then we go into, you know, the Adam demonstration, where they got that from, the scientific connections. D is always interchangeable with the T, it's indistinguishable, right? It says in Ptolemaic period, G, K, and K became indistinguishable generally. You see, it says by the end of the Ptolemaic period, these two symbols here became indistinguishable. You know, it goes into by the end of the 1st century BC, H, H, and H, and H also became indistinguishable. That's what we was talking about earlier. You know, there's so many of them. You know, you'll basically waste a whole lot of time trying to make a distinction between which is which, so you might as well use them in an indistinguishable manner. You know, so it goes on and states, much confusion in writing these signs were made by scribes because they had similar sounds. Many times they are used interchangeably. You see, it says the dictionary order set by Demoticists is this. And this is where you will see people like your guy, what his name, Alan Gardiner, you know, all the ones that came forth putting these things out here, you know, and it's obvious that they had misunderstood some of these things that were brought to them, but they were going off what they had in front of them and working with it and coming up with a narrative along the way. So it says pronunciation has similarities to Coptic and to late Egyptian. You know, and we went through a lot of measures dealing with pronunciation a couple of times, but this also gives us the ability to revisit this. There's nothing wrong with that because we just came fresh out of the Hecapta anyway. So we can see those letters that connect. So here you're getting that knowledge that takes you back to being able to understand the expression of the Hecapta, but also linking it up with using that same knowledge here, which we also did with the Arabic language. You see, we can identify with the way you pronounce things. This is things that we work on ourselves, pronunciation, the way of, the way we come forth, because all of us got different dialects in the way we speak. You see, so this is all a work in progress. This is all a practice that we have to dedicate ourselves to. It ain't gonna be learned in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 class. This has to be diligently studied. If we want to become proficient in the Arabic lessons of the Hikapta, we have to be proficient and diligent in those studies. You see, so it says Coptic is the name given to the final phase of Egyptian language, which is closely related to Demotic. Now listen to this. It became important at the end of the 1st century AD and was spoken for more than 1,000 years thereafter. In the beginning of 2007, a paper was publicized noting that 2 families living in Egypt can speak a dialect of Coptic and may be the last people speaking it as a native language, right? Egypt was conquered by Greece, Alexander the Great, in 313. There you go again. 300. Stand guard. Be ready. Islam. It says 313 BC and became heavily influenced by Greek culture. The Greeks brought with them their alphabet, right? Now watch this, Their alphabet, which had originally come from Egypt. Wait a minute, did you just say their alphabet that came? How is gonna be their alphabet if it originally came from Egypt, family? Make that make sense. See, that's what I be talking about. Goodness gracious. It says, in which they were now about to give back to the Egyptians. Oh, the arrogance. You're gonna take some and give it back. Here you go. Man, that's Indian taking, right? So it says it offered 24 characters, all pronounceable, as opposed to over 400 symbols that only a small percentage represented sounds and the rest were ideograms, right? This is what they do to make sense. We're gonna take 24 and the rest of them, we're gonna just call them ideograms because we can't make sense on how we would be able to create an alphabet, with other words. So we're gonna call them ideograms. But it says Greek was very much rich in culture. You had to be Greek to be seen. A crisis started to hit Egyptian pagan priests. Sales of magic amulets were an important revenue raiser. However, sales had plummeted after people had stopped being able to read Demotic, as all the rich, important people could only read Greek. The pagan priests at the time, I would like to know exactly who these pagan priests are. They say at the time decided to transliterate the spoken Egyptian language into Greek letters. There you go. There you go. Now, European got a habit in calling our people pagans. They couldn't just say Egyptian priests, so they call them pagan priests. But it say they translated these things into Greek letters. No, they didn't. They translated them into the Hikapta, which the Greeks later called Greek. You see, that's how you get them. And some Demotic letters for sounds that didn't have a Greek equivalent. This new script was a hit and started to spread to other applications. Coptic first appears in the late 3rd century BC. The earliest inscription is a graffito Honoriferous. The Greeks got some crazy names. It says 2005 and 205 to 199 BC at Abydos. The Coptic alphabet is slightly a modified form of the Greek alphabet with some letters which vary from dialect to dialect deriving from the Demotic. And this is, we ain't even got to go there. We know good well you can't evolve Coptic from Greek. You can't evolve Hikaptic from Greek when Hikapta is supposed to be the last Egyptian language. Stop it. So it says Coptic possesses a number of regional dialects that were in use from the Mediterranean coast and south in Nubia, as well as the Western oasis. However, while many of these dialects reflect actual regional linguistic variations, some are probably localized in orthographic traditions and likely should not be taken as a true indication of linguistic variation. See, they're giving it to y'all up in here. They even go into the 5 major dialects. They actually mention 7 sometimes. But there were as many as 12 altogether, including the less common ones. The dialect, which was spoken by a particular Copt, depended largely on where he lived. As I already said, it says, starting from the north in the Nile Delta, where Alexandria and Cairo are today, we find the Bohairic. Traveling south, where we come to Fayoum and Fayumic was spoken, followed by the Lycopolitan of Asyut. And then you had the Akhmin in the middle of Middle Egypt, which had Akhmenic. And then finally the Sahidic of Upper Egypt. Besides the chronological changes of Egyptian language, it may always have had several dialects. These regional differences are best attested in Coptic, as already exposed. They cannot be exactly detected in the writing of earlier phases of Egyptian, including Demotic, but they undoubtedly existed. Okay, so now they done basically confirmed what Mustafa Gadala said. You see, these things existed. Well, we got to die. We done did the research on it, so we know that they was already there. He say, for example, in about 1200 BC, it's way before that 300 came on the manifest, right? A letter writer complained that a correspondence language is as incomprehensible as that of Northern Bohairic Egyptian speaking with an Egyptian from the South, Sahidic. So we definitely can see that this language is much older than what the European is giving it credit to be. Now, this is where we come into the Coptic pronunciation, which you'll be able to utilize, you know, and go through it, making you more proficient in the Coptic, but also using this in line with the Arabic, the Egyptian Arabic, because, you know, that actually came after all of this. And that's why it's easier to use that way of bringing it forth, you know, to give you expression to these different words. It said it will be used to represent the demotic pronunciation of some words in the lessons and in vocabulary used to represent how they must have been pronounced. This pronunciation tends to the Northern dialect. And so it speaks on the vowels, you know, the I in the Sahidic usually spelled, you know, like I, you see, and you see it here, high front, unrounded as EE, you see it here. In C, also as consonant, and then it goes in C below, and we see the E is interchangeable with the letter H. A lot of the Coptic is, he Coptic so easy, you can look at it and actually see what some of it say, because it's so close to the language that we have now that evolved, you know, through what they like to call Greek, which is really Hecopter, and Latin is a direct descendant of that Hecopter, and then that Latin gave birth to the English language, so we can see the connection there. But that's another lesson. But then it has this symbol here, you know, which is also in the form of E, right? A lower mid front and unrounded as E are the French Revi. You see, then you have A, which is a low vowel as far as A and far, right? Far, right? So then you have what looks like an O and a Y, but this is a symbol for U, which is high backgrounded, as they say, as in in moon. Also as consonant, you see below, right here, you see it only in Greek loans, same as I, which I said earlier about the I and the Y concept. You can actually see this. Then you got the W. You know, this right here actually goes back to this particular letter here as well. There's a connection between these. Un, upper mid backgrounded as in O, and choose. It ain't too far from moon, right? but still they have their distinctions. O here, lower mid, back rounded as a British O in hot. You ever heard them say Hottentot? You know, which deal with the Khoi people. You know, that's what they call them. You'll see that on some maps too, by the way. That's the symbol here, Ot. So the superlinear stroke, which is Sahidic, M and N, or Jenkim and Boheric, M and N, and you see the slashes here as opposed to, you know, the horizontal lines on the top. This is a neutral vowel, they say, which is Shawa and E, preceding the consonant as in E, in stricken. So when you say N, you're actually saying it like as if you're saying the letter N. You see what I'm saying? N. When they're giving these measures here. But then it says, this looks like A and I, and it comes out like A and I, you know, in ISO. So this is the same as the E, ASO, you see? Here's another one here. OY, right? Oi, you see, boy, right? But the same as I in Greek loans. Then you have A and Y, you know, which is again, they have a symbol here that look like a horseshoe, but it's all, cow, all. So when you begin to become familiar with these things, you know what they're saying once you begin to read them. Like here, we automatically know from going through these that this is interchangeable with the U, ill, right? Then you have here, hue, like you're saying the E, but you're pushing it out with H. You know, these are close in relation to each other. See here? Hoy, Q, hoy, ill, you see? Then you have another measure here, ooh. You see? Then you have the same measure here, Boheric only. So they're showing also which language expressed it in a certain way. So you have consonants. They show the B in Sahidic being interchangeable with V. We mentioned this before. V is, you'll see like in the Hebrew or the Proto-Sinaitic, Proto-Canaanite, they use the term Shabbat, but then they say Shavat. You also see that, you know, in other languages that adopt that same principle. But it says voice, labiodental fricative, V as in vex. So you can say V, B, 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 V, right? Boheric, same thing. After a vowel, force the bilabial fricative as a Spanish B. Trabajar, you see? Trabajar, sound like a beat on it. But then it states, again, you got, you know, him at the beginning of a word and after a consonant, voice, the bilabial plosive with the lip rounding as boo, 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 almost putting a B and a W together like cobweb. Well, you see? So B here, when double BB, you see, this is a powerful demonstration. I like the way it's giving these the pronunciation patterns here. They did a good job on putting this together, but the voice palatal approximate as Y in yacht. Yacht, 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 yacht. You see? That's that I and that Y again. Then you have K, which is a voiceless velar plosive. K as in skill. You hear the K, but it's not necessarily real evident skill. You know, it's slightly there, but it's there. You can hear it nevertheless, as opposed to you would hear it and saying kill, skill. You see what I'm saying? So here's another letter, which is the same as K, but in Greek loans before, and they give all these symbols. And I know you've seen the X in the form of a K and what they like to call Greek as a loan word, but it's really Hecopter. So if you see a word ending with this, is k, k at the end. It says as voice villa nasal, N and as in NG, as in sing. You see, sing, yeah, It's that in, right? Sing, sing, right? So it says Sahidi, right? To voiceless velar plosive followed by the voiceless glottal approximate, probably not to be interpreted as an aspirated plosive, boheric. See how the K and the G, you know, the way that you see it, push the K out. You can actually try to pronounce this, the K and the H, by pushing the G out with a K in mind. That's the best way to say it. See it here? Same symbol we was talking about above up here. You see? But then it goes on. It said voice aspirated velar plosive as G and go. It says, but with voice aspirated H following. Just like we said, right? It says, but same as this particular symbol, it says in Greek loans. So also it goes over here and it mentions this letter L, you know, as voice lateral as in long, la. Then we have the M as in moon, moon. Then the N as in nun, noon. In a small number of cases in Sahidic, the combination of these two symbols represent, you know, NG as in finger. That's how that noon begins. Noon, right? So here you have a symbol that is K and S here, which is equivalent to this K and this symbol. You see? You know, and then it goes into this symbol, which is P voiceless, bilabial plosive, as in I always like to push it out with the F, P and F at the same time, and spin. So it goes on here, this symbol, Sahidic, like phonetics, phone, equivalent to this symbol. And then it gives a note on the X, which we read earlier, but then Boharic, see how they changing the P and the B together? We talked about that earlier as well. So these are things that we have to be knowledgeable of. Voice aspirated, bilabial plosive as boy, being boy, but with voice H following. You know, it's gonna take some practice because we used to speaking, you know, the language that we speaking. So practice make purpose. It states, but same as this symbol, which is F in Greek loan words. Remember, I was just saying that earlier about the P interchangeable there. You can see it all up in there. Then this letter is a symbol of the R, voiced as the PCO alveolar, trill, or flap, as Italian R in andare. Andare, re. That's why I always say that L and that R has always been, you know, connected to each other. So this symbol here we see as the S voiceless, alveolar, fricative, and as in S in sun. And then this one is dealing with a symbol that looked like a Z, but the same as this symbol like C. Then you have T, the voiceless apico-dental plosive, as T in steel, right? Then the same as this symbol here, right? Another one, Sahidic. You often hear me say this is interchangeable with the and the. So when you don't see one of these present, you can bank on them being the same, you know, of each other, you know, the way you pronounce them. Equivalent, here's the symbol here, and then it gives a note on the X again. So it's giving you the example of the same way you demonstrated that. Here's another, you know, way you can demonstrate these letters. Voice as a spiritive, apico-dental plosive, apical, dental plosive, as D, you see, in dog, but with voice H following, but same as T in Greek loans. Then you have, again here, the woof, 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 voice rounded in labial velar approximate. You know, here's symbol hips, like Poseidon, Poseidon, right? Equivalent to this particular symbol. Here's another one here, symbol here, and this is dealing with the voiceless laminal fricative, as in as we showed you. This is still similar to the Arabic letter in shin, shine. You see, here's the F again here. Here's the symbol here, voiceless labiodental fricative. It states as F in 5, which we very familiar with. Here's another one, and this is said in the Boharic only, which is dealing with the X, and this is bak. We talked about that before, right? Here again is another symbol dealing with H, voiceless glottal approximate, as in heart. So we see that way that one's being explained. Then we have the T, you know, and it's speaking on the equivalent to these symbols in the voiceless palatal alveolar fricate. It says as in church. So you see they're giving you grand expressions of this special measure. Here in this last symbol, they have voiceless or palatalized, pardon self, velar plosives, and this is the palatal K, probably with an frication of C and C. It says C in cute or modern Greek, you know, or the K, you know. So then they got a bilateral sign T here, which is T equivalent with the T, as in T and steel, and written in T and I. So, you know, there's a lot of measures here. They go into the glottal stop, you know, on how you deal with these things. And, you know, if a word minus prefixes is spelled with an initial vowel, there's actually an unwritten initial consonant present. The glottal stop in Sahidic, a double vowel indicates the presence of a glottal stop. The moon is pronounced as, you know, well, they go off into all these different measures as far as the rules are concerned, you know. And after you get past all of these things, family, and I know you read a lot of this already, because we sent it out earlier, this is just getting you familiar with the way these things are used, exercises that can be done to be able to identify these things. And that's what we want to do, become familiar with these things. And we can move on to the next exercise. This one right here is probably one that we're going to be harping upon to make sure our family get it, because when we start trying to transliterate certain things and bring measures on the manifest, we want to make sure that we can be able to identify these things properly. So we'll always have these things to help you know, because you can transliterate just by having the script beside you and then going letter for letter. But you know, the better we become more identifying with these things and being able to see them, you don't necessarily need to have, you know, the script right beside you. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, this is powerful, you know, but like I said, it's just to get us familiar with what it is we dealing with, because these are the things that we deal with transfer. For example, I said this was a B. You can see that as a B, right? If you remember that this was a Y, you can see the Y here. You see the letter N here. See what I'm saying? And we can go on, you know. So gratitude, family. At this time, what I want to do, let me stop sharing my screen. And we're going to open up the measure for Act 1. If our Grand National Chairman is on the manifest, Islam. And if not, we already know our Grand National Secretary of State is at the ready. Islam.
National Grand Chairman is not available right now, Dr. Shahid. Islam.
Islam.
Islam, Islam, Islam. First of all, I want to rise, giving all praises to our Father God Allah, giving honor to our Prophet Noble Jura Ali, the last prophet in these days and times, giving honor to our Georgia consulate for providing the forum for our Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate class this morning, giving honor to our Consul General, South Carolina, Dr. Muhammad Bey, for our Moorish American prayer, opening our meeting according to law. Also to our National Assistant Grand Chairman for our Divine Constitution and Bylaws and subject chapter for the week. Giving honor to Act 1, giving honor to all of our Moorish kin online, giving honor to our host instructor, our National Assistant Grand Sheikh of Moorish America, Dr. Shetta Menti, El Mahedjid Shepsuel, and to our three brothers that read from the Book of Fire. Much gratitude, Dr. Shahid, in listening to the reading coming from the Book of Fire, and also the breakdown of Lesson 1, alphabet, transliteration, and pronunciation. I just jotted down a few key things in reference to the effects of oppression and how our people have become domesticated outside the purity of its own natural freedom. And so we recognize the importance of being able to trace ourselves back, you know, as we had in our class yesterday evening, and also being able to discern our special language. And when you were reading, especially when you could see just in one sentence how Rome tried to do the remix, yeah, we got it from KEMET, but this is the Greek language. We added little tweaks to it. Then we fed it back to KEMET. You know, come on now. And the thing is, we have, as a people, been so used to being what we were told and not doing the research ourselves. This has been a gross miscalculation, which led to continuing to stray after the gods of Europe, of whom we know nothing of. When you were going over the letters, and when you were going over the letters, and I wrote a couple of things down, and how that determinative really struck out to me. And thank you so much for breaking it down, because it's one thing to be able to, okay, determinative, what does that mean? And it's one thing to be able to look up the definition, but it's a whole other thing to have an instructor put it in perspective to see exactly what the remix was. Now, coming from the aspect of, if I'm saying that this is what the definition of the word, of the letter or symbol or is, and that's it. Now, this is what here in Moorish America we are striving to get against, putting limitations and keeping one bound down to the plane of things made manifest. And the thing that made it so bad, we were bound down to what Europe stated that our language and history was. And that's the kicker. So not only do you have to fight through the manure of what the remix was, you've got to fight through the manure within your own mindset as far as what you were indoctrinated to be. And that's so key, especially when it's when we speak to our family that only knows it in perspective of hieratic, demotic. And we're going beyond that. So these various compilations, these various pulling from different scholars at the time that actually brought forth the truth and were either taken off the count or what have you, we don't know these things unless we go in and pull it up by stone, rock, or what have you, and pull from all of these different authentications. So this is a grand and really key research. And as you were going through the letters, I also noticed some of the similarities in reference to Hekapta, Coptic, and how can Greek want to try to supersede a state that they came before. These are special degrees when they weren't even on the manifest then. And thank you for that 300, which is definitely etched in the brain as far as the Ptolemaic dynasty and the remixes brought forth. And I didn't even realize the chiseling into the various pyramids just to say, yeah, I was here, you know, because unbeknownst to many, these things were taken to their grave. So I just want to give you much honor, Dr. Shaheed, because it takes a lot of time and in-depth study. I've got to get back to the YouTube in reference to the Arabic because that's like a weak area for me. But I'm going to, like Diane Carter Bay or Dendera Ania Kurta Bay states, I'm going to master that. Like I said, there are a couple of languages that, like the Old Nubian, the Coptic, that make a lot more sense. But as I keep looking at it, it becomes more identifiable, especially when it looks like the Arabic. So just gratitude more. Definitely getting the study in, but gratitude for bringing these keys forth to help pull some of these layers and veils off so that we, in essence, can be what we know. Gratitude.
Gratitude, Grand National Secretary of State, for that grand drawing. Praise be to Allah. And it don't get no plainer than that right there. You know, as you stated, you know, yeah, it's been a gross misconception brought forth as a result of the remix, or the remix as we like to call it. And also to give you a measure, sis, on aid and assisting along the way, I had this app I downloaded the other day, dealing with the Arabic as well. I'm gonna show it to you. I'm trying to clear my background up. Know why, but all these sticky notes that I have up here just done invaded my background. Like every time I turn on the computer, they up there. So I have to click them out one at a time. But I'm gonna show you what it is real quick. I'm gonna share my screen and give you a demonstration briefly on how to navigate through it. All the Moors, they can use this, and it's actually rooted in the Quranic Arabic, and it tell you how to pronounce certain words. So when you have your dictionary, you can utilize it. And it's called Quran.com. I was glad to find this right here. So you just click on, for example, you know, a particular word, you know, or surah. You know, just say you wanted to go into the surah and find a particular word, or you just wanted to hear it. And this word here is Hameen right here, right? So you can go in there and do it like that, right? Also, if you want to just find the word, you can actually hit it and it'll actually pronounce it as it's pronounced, right? Al-Kitabi Al-Azizi Al-Hakim. Yeah, so this is a good tool right here. You know, and perhaps, you know, maybe later on, once we get the KEMET measures, we can put something out there. Ain't that powerful? Yeah, you can go in there and like do whole you know, like surahs, but every word. And if you already know the Arabic, you know, you already know, you know that this is, like you said, inna, right? The I here, then going into the N, double N, a inna, fi, ta, right? Ha, na. You see what I'm saying? Laka. You see what I'm saying? Just like that. It's just being familiar with it. So, you know, it just take practice. And then once you put it together. Yeah, so Islam, but again, that's Quran.com. Praise be to Allah. We done made it easy. So we got that under control. You know, and once we put the Egyptian Arabic, you know, expression to it, then we pronouncing it in the close dialect to ancient Egypt, because that's what everything after the Hekapta, that's what come on the manifest, so to speak. That Egyptian Arabic. Praise be to Allah for allowing me to come into contact with the brother Wali, and the brother Naketi Ayadin, the brother I showed y'all that went to the palace in Saudi Arabia. Because I was able to study under them brothers for 10 years, when they would come into this crypt and teach us. And I didn't know that, the purpose for that language would come to me actually having to utilize it now. And he would make emphasis because he was Egyptian. And he was like, this is the original way. The Egyptians, after the language evolved, was spoken. And like I say, I got my little graduation gift up here. I got me a grand drawing, he gave us this and just left us in the wind, family. He's like, all right, here you go. You don't see no English in there, do you? He like, you gonna sing or swim today? I'm like, what in the world? But I actually had learned the alphabet like way prior to meeting him. I memorized, it didn't take me but 3 days. The alif, ba, ta, ta, I had it down. And so I had started practicing, but what he taught me was the rules, tajweed. Like they say, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. Islam. So praise be to Allah, but enjoy. Gratitude, Grand National Secretary of the State, for that message. All right. Well, all right. Let's call for our National Grand Sheikh, Dr. Serapis Amin Rael. Islam, you there, Grand Man?
Islam.
Islamism.
Close to the thought, angel. We want to give a lot of praise, honor to the prophet, and honor to everything that's unfolding in the science of Moorish redemption, because this is what's going on to redeem us from that unlawful state of ignorance and slavery of the mind, and replenishing ourselves with this, not so much the original parent, put the original parent back in the house where the Moors can be themselves and stop imitating someone else. This has been and it's going to be, I see, especially with that book. Wow. It seems like they say if you don't want to more, no, don't think it. And it's always being presented to us on the form of know thyself, Father God Allah. And that is in the context of the old language that we utilized when we were the gods that everybody depended on. And these ones come, like you say, the Greek come over here and come to our house, and we taught them. Well, I'd be doggone. They sit up there and told a lie, and later on, and said they taught us. Come find out, but they done stole from us, and they continually steal from us because we don't have the how you say it, the wherewithal of holding down our knowledge of what's going on. Not so much keeping it for myself, but guarding this language, because this language is the key to our universe. It's the key to everything that we need in our Father's house. And so I'm just definitely glad that book's on the manifest. We want to get one. Had my assistant chairman order that for me. But we got to have that book. is there. It's like the sister said, the way it's being pronounced is entirely different now. We see a little bit more clearer along the way. Islam.
Islamism, Sheikh, we give honors to you, grand man, for that drawing. Praise be to Allah. And honors to his holy prophet, Islamism. Yes, sir. All right. Let us call forth at this time our beloved goddess and queen, Sister Alseta Moonel, if she on the manifest.
I think she had to work this morning.
Okay. Islam, gratitude. Well, we know she about our father's business. Well, all right. National Assistant Grand Chair, Dr. Torrey Simpson Bay. What have you to say, Grand Man?
Hey, it is good, it's great. Never more and never more to be. All right. There we go. Sounding better now. Islam. Can you hear me, Grant? Can you hear me, Sister Grand Sheet? You can? Okay, cool. Yeah, I was trying to get together some information I wanted to bring forth from last week. But however, we want to give all praises to our Father God Allah, and honor to our Holy Prophet, Noble Ali, honor to everything that is Moorish, our grand national flag, emblem and seal, divine constitution, the bylaws of Moorish America. Islam, what another grand hosting Dr. Shadow Menti, and I just want to get straight to it. What stood out to me when we was reading, and say page 325, right at the very bottom, it says security is what gives a thing of value. And with that being said, I want to go into, I know last week I was on the road, but if it's okay with you, I have a couple of slides I wanted to bring forth, because we were talking about demonstrating comparative research between the Meroitic and Demotic alphabet scripts. Islam?
Islam.
Okay.
Yeah, that was in our last section.
Yeah, and I was on the road, so I was saying when I got back, I was going to bring forth. Do we have? I mean, it won't take but a.
Oh yeah, no, you all right. You all right. Go ahead.
Okay. So let me go here. Let's see. I thought oh, hold on. Right up here. Just have to. Let's see here. Share screen. Oh, hold on. This one is. Now, you know what? I just had it up on my phone. Hold on, screen. I tell you, you know what? I'm gonna actually let me go ahead and email it to you right quick, because I don't know why it's not showing up. Because one of the laptops is down. That is, let me see, I can share it. All right, should get in a minute. You got it, Dr. Shaheed, on your email?
Yeah, I'm going in here now.
Okay. Gratitude.
Islam, gratitude. All right, there you go, brother.
Islam. And so, like I say, today's class, we were reading, and, just to come back off the National Grand Secretary of State, like you say, this places security on, when we look at our people that's, in the East, when it comes to the religious dogma, on the outwardly expression is never inwardly, one would say, a thought pattern or taught. As we come up, I was thinking about as we come up through Christianity, we come up, we get into this religion, we get into that religion. Well, no religion has the saving power, because once it's pretty much going right back into slavery, because once again, we're not focused on, well, we don't even know what a close place to meet God, basically, Islam. Now moving forward, we got demonstrate competitive research between the Meroitic and Demotic alphabet script. And you can go to the next slide. So it says, what is the Meroitic script? And when I was looking it up, Morris Kane, I wanted to brought up the comparison. I brought up the comparison, and when we look at it, it was saying that whether cursive or hieroglyphic, the Meroitic script is not a system of consonants and ideographic signs as an Egyptian. So a lot of the key things that you were speaking about in the class, this class, made me think about far as when it comes to the addition of, when I wrote down, it says that there's an addition when the Meroitic script, and I'm gonna show you a depiction of that in a minute, but it says that there are 4 added syllabic, which is the ni, the C, the T, and the TO. And this is because of the Abugida, but we'll get to that in a minute. So I just want to skip through it as well. It says the system of writing is known as the alpha syllabic or Abugida. And this is the reason for the addition when we talk about therefore, this, like you spoke about, normally we'll see this sign translated as K is read as Ka for another vowel value, and is not, and it is necessary to add a vowel modifier to when we look at this is supposed to be the E, and of course this is the 4, but sometimes we'll see the 4 as you speak about, it'll have the B and say, I think it's the Demotic script, but in the Meroitic script it's actually an E. So I saw the difference when it comes to, one would say the vocal or the vowel sounds placed in the Meroitic script. They gave another example here. It says this system is practical and efficient for sequences of the type CV. So CV equals consonant followed by a vowel. And I think when you was talking about words coming together, or you talk about further into our research, we'll be getting into how the words or the letters come together, looking like one word. It's dealing with that bilateral and unilateral type right scripts or cursive, whatever. Islam. And it goes on to say that the Meroitic writing system is a local creation. The Meroitic writing system is a local creation, probably inspired by the Egyptian syllabic orthography. And it says orthography, that's what, orthography. Its influence is not Semitic, Greek, or Ge'ez. It says in the first 2 cases, the principle of writing is completely different. And in the case of Ge'ez, which resembles the system of Meroitic much more, the shape of the signs is unrelated. Also the date, and that'd be slide 3, my bad, slide 3. Let's see here. Yes, that is it, gratitude. And so it says the Meroitic script continued to be used until the 5th century AD. That is, if the latest dating is taken to be correct. It says the inscription of King Karamadoye, inscribed on the temple column of the Kalabasha in Lower Nubia. So also when you speak about I think you said in Nubia, I started in Nubia, and you're speaking about a king, I believe, earlier as well. Well, I'm actually looking at the king and going into further research when it comes to the Meroitic script being used in Lower Nubia. But it also talked about, here, it says it's considered the latest attestation of the Meroitic writing. It was thought to date to the 4th century, but a new analysis of the succession of kings So these succession of kings, when you look up, and I think I put it in there, but when you look up like Hotep or Shemhotep, we look up these particular kings that has the Shem or the Shem. This is dealing with the Nubia. I think this is dealing with the Nubia, the dynasty coming out of Nubia, Islam. The end, that says the end of the Meroitic language and writing system is a little understood as the end of the Meroitic kingdom. And there's another measure that I was looking at when you look it up on, when you look up the Meroitic kingdom on, say, online, you know, it'll talk about Nubia and it'll give you the dates as well that that we could also further research and get more dates on as far as when Nubia mostly used it in their everyday life. Islam. Next slide, slide 4. Then it goes on. It talks about the 4 supplementary signs that you will see in the Meroitic script, which I'm sure to you last, but it's in the Meroitic script. So these 4 supplementary signs, when I'm also like to be looking at, I wanted to focus on the additional letters that I saw, the additional letters that I saw within the Meroitic script from its original form. And they're saying because of these 4 supplementary signs that do not have a vowel, which is for, it says A, they have a fixed vowel value and cannot be followed by a vowel modifier. So when we see signs like this equal to ni or ne, and we see this sign here in the Meroitic script, and this sign is the C, and then you see this as the te, and this here is the tu. So I think that it would get, I think when it comes to the unilateral, I think you're talking about the bilateral, when they get into, I guess, the cursive forms, Islam. Let's see here, it says also, it said word initial vowels are more complex in the system. The transcriptions have evolved stronger in the course of the centuries. In short, the sign, which is the very first sign on the hieroglyphic, but this is the cursive of Meroitic. It says it's translated A and serves to write both initial A and U. So once again, as you were speaking about how the A and the U is also interchangeable in your lesson. So man, wow. You know, so then go to actually 5, sir. All right. So here in 5, it talks about this is the reason for additions in the Meroitic script. It says the Abagida, and it says it want to go back to that word geese, which we just saw that word, that particular area named geese actually brought about the 4 additions to the syllabic Islam. So it says sometimes as alpha syllabary. So when I looked it up on the Wikipedia, I looked at Meroitic, it talked about the alpha syllabary. And it's because of the alpha syllabary and the Abagida, it's interchangeable. They mean the same thing. It says is a segmental writing system in which consonant hyphen vowel sequences are written as units. So when I read this and then I hear the class, I'm like, okay, this is dealing with, it could be the unilateral, bilateral, but it's the same, like you're saying, it's the same lettering, just written in a different way, Islam. And then it goes on to say that each unit is based on a consonant letter and vowel notation is secondary. It says this contrasts with a full alphabet in which vowels have status equal to consonants and with an abjad, in which vowel marking is absent, partial, or optional. And like I said, that goes when you were speaking about, we might say meta-netter, but it doesn't have it don't have the E's or anything like that with it. It's just MTWR, Islam. Let's see. And 6, let me make it quick. And so when we look at 6, it talks about the Unicode. So when I forgot to place the actual where I found this at. However, the Abagida, when you continue to read that, it talks about a Unicode. So when I typed in Unicode, I went to research what is Unicode, dealing with this writing system. And all of that, what it does is, when you look at the myriadic cursive letter A, and it gives you it would give you actually the cursive. If you look there, it gives you the cursive, and it gives you the myriadic cursive letter supposed to equal to A. So when we look at the A, of course, we can look at it and know that it's dealing with Roman. It's dealing with the Roman alphabet, but at the same time, they wanted to keep. If you look on the outer portion to your far right, you'll see that the A, the E, the I, and the O is pretty much in place with the first, I'll say the first 4 letters in the cursive form of the Mariatic writing script. And then it'll go down further. When we go to the next slide, and then I'll show you the comparison. And then I think that would be actually enough. Go right, let me see, one more time. Go to the next slide, Dr. Shade. Okay, cool. So it really didn't come out all the way like I would like to. This particular slide, let me see, yeah. So what I was doing here, Morris Ken, in closing, I'm actually sending it to you. It's the same Unicode, but it's just more, it has more information. And I wish it had came out good on my side. But anyway, moving forward. So what I did here, I just went around to a comparison. Of course, this is the Meroitic, and here you have Demotic. Of course, I was talking about that Roman alphabet, and we see that, of course, it's not the original. However, just to identify the style, the writing style of Roman. So here we have the comparison of the cursive, and we see here Demotic. We definitely see the similarities, like you said, just positioned a different way. And here we see the B. However, here it's the E, but on the Roman it's the B. And so we notice that the E and the B on here is not in its original form. So I know that in the next, it talked about that when we look at also in the Abagida, it spoke about also the vocalic signs, which is the A, the E, the I, and the U. So I see that. However, when we come to that determinative that Dr. Shahid was speaking about, this could also be a reason for that, as he was speaking. I think right at the last of it, we're dealing with the determinative. So we can see when the European comes in, and of course the Demotic has various forms, but we can see how it didn't take originally from the actual Mariatic script, Islam. Gratitude for allowing me to bring that measure. And like I said, I got into the Shem and Hatepu, but due to time, I just want to bring that forward, grand man. Peace and love.
Islam and gratitude, peace and love. Yeah, Unicode is basically the code by which you're able to put a language in the computer. Like saying if I wanted to add, Coptic, Demotic, or whatever the case may be, the Unicode is the code that linked them alphabets to your language typing system. You know what I mean? Or it's the code that the European put the signs on to go identify these signs with what they put in their Unicode base, by the way. I just want to give you insight into that, but praise be to Allah for the measure and Islamism for the research. Islam, gratitude. All right. Well, all right. Are there any Moors who would like to come forth and bring their portion to the manifest? Islamism. The floor is open. All right, we don't have no more that want to come forth. All right, Sister Kurtabe, what have you to say, Goddess and Queen? This is always the time to ask questions or bring comments.
Islam.
Islam.
You right. First, let me rise and give. I am Dr. Dendra Ani Kurta Bay. First, let me rise and give praises to a great God Allah. I give honors to our Holy Prophet, Noble Drew Ali. I give honors to Act One. I give honors to all my government officials and everyone on the line and everyone who participated in opening up this class. And I give honors to you, Dr. Shaheed, for for this wonderful class. And as you had told us to study this lesson, and I did. I read and I read and I read and I did some more reading because all the things that you went over this morning, I had read it, but I didn't quite comprehend all of it. But as you talked it through, it helped me to understand, what was going on. Like the determinative helped me to understand that, and the getter, however you pronounce that word, all of that by you, I'm reading it on my own, but I'm still couldn't get it. But I knew when you was gonna go over it, I knew I kept telling myself I understand it better. I know he gonna break it down for me, and I got to stop being shy about asking questions because that. I always told myself there is no dumb question. So if I want to know something, I got to ask and try to comprehend it. Because, but I'm enjoying this, and I think I understood. And then when I saw I saw that exercise, what we got to do. I don't know if you want us to do that, but I was just trying to play with it and try to understand it. And gratitude for I just looked up right quick. What you told us to look up with the you told us to go Quran.com, and I can get that. So I'm gonna take that. I will take that and try to and listen to that and get an understanding. But my question was, if you gonna have us to do that exercise and say write these names in demonic alphabet, and then I went on down to that next one. It said transliterate these Egyptian and Roman names and titles, and guess who they were? Royal names are often enclosed with a couture name, or just imagine it. And so I was playing with that. I didn't know how you wanted us to do that, and going back to the name like Anna, it say write that in a demonic alphabet. Now, am I supposed to write the name Anna? Am I supposed to write that as a A? It say the alphabet, it didn't say the name, it say A. I mean Anna. It say alphabet. So do I supposed to write the name down, or do I write the alphabet? I hope I'm asking this question right. Do I write the alphabet? Her name is A. And then for Marie, do I write the alphabet in demonic? Do I write the demonic alphabet for Marie as an M? And then when you get down to that next one, I was trying to go back and forth and looking at that, trying to figure out what in the world that name would be. And I see I saw at the top of your slide when you first was talking to us, I saw that same little letter on this. It looked like a 2 with a scorpion tail on it or something. But anyway, and then the next thing looked like to me it looked like a lollipop. So I went back to the top of the slide to try to find some things that look kind of similar to that. And then I put the alphabet to it, but I still couldn't come up with a name. So, but anyway, if you could, if we got to go there, could you break that down for me a little bit more, and how you want us to do that, if that's going to be one of our assignments? And also you talked about the Arabic language, what we started out with, and I really enjoyed that one. I was comprehending that one real good, and like God has said too, I got to go back. I got to make sure I keep up with it, because that Arabic. Now I was learning pretty good with that one. I could figure out little stuff, and I could get that one. But I see now, I really, for me, because I learned different, I really got to put in the time to do this, and I will, because I'm enjoying it, and I can see how this will help me. This is helping me in my teachings, even like when you talked last night, how you tied everything in together. See what you doing for me. You helping me. You taking me all the way back to the beginning, in which I knew, but I didn't. I couldn't explain it to you like you're breaking it down to us now. So this is just enhancing my knowledge and my being able to share this with my Moorish kin and everything. But I first got to get it on my down plate first. I first got to understand it before I can jump out there and try to teach this to somebody else. But I'm just excited. I'm thanking the great God Allah for just letting me be a part of what He's doing at this time. I really appreciate all that you do and your time that you take with us, and especially me, because you know, I'm here, and I will not give up, and I'm gonna learn this thing, because my my grandbabies' little eyes light up when I tell them grandma in school. So Islam, God, man, gratitude for letting me share. Islam.
Islam, and Islam, goddess and queen. Yeah, well, as far as what we gonna do in the homework, we just gonna let our family be able to use that chart that's above, that's in the lesson, and compare it to the whole words that's in the particular chart, and become familiarized with, you know, the letters as they relate to the words that's already there. You know what I mean? You can count the knowledge of what that is saying, you know, when you deal with the word beside it as the definition of the word.
Okay.
But just going on a particular note, you know, they can become more familiarized with the alphabet. You're going to use them words to match up by that language to become familiar with the alphabets, you know, the symbols that's beside them, so to speak.
Oh, okay.
You know, that's what's going to help you get some insight, you know, much like any other way of doing it, because that's the way you can translate any language. You don't really have to know a language in order to deal with the translation or transliteration of it. Like I said, all you got to do is have a script,
Okay.
you know, beside you, and you got the script beside you, and most of them words that was already transliterated, you can go into those measures and then come forward with a dictionary, for example, right? Just say if you got the word crown that translate from a particular transliteration. So, you know, you go and see what the word crown, you know, means in a thesaurus, for example, right? And it'll give you many different expressions of what a crown is, you see?
Okay.
But then you can also go back to other language families, like, you know, you can go back to the Proto-Sinai, the Proto-Canaanite, the Hebrew, you can go to the Arabic, you can go to and see what they had to say about the crown.
Oh, okay.
And you will build upon that right there. This ain't what I want you to do for homework. I'm just giving an example.
Okay.
You know, you can put that particular word beside that and say, well, in Arabic, this means crown. And it may be meaning the same way that that word said if it's traced back etymologically. In some cases, it will. But you basically give a breakdown on the crown. Well, crown. You know, then you may say, well, instead of crown, a symbol of royalty. So now I go from crown, symbol of royalty. That's another portion on the word when you define it something. You know, then you might say a symbol of royalty often worn upon the head of the king. So therefore, now when you go into the definition of dealing with the word crown, you know, in our lexicon, in our building of the language, you know, it becomes even more powerful from that standpoint, you see?
Okay.
So it's like that. That's how you build up language in dictionaries and so forth and so on. That's why you see like 30 different definitions for one Arabic word in the Arabic dictionary, or in a lot of dictionaries, you know what I mean? So yeah, our main thing and also it'll be dealing with, you also becoming familiar with them signs that they put beside the Demotic, the Coptic, and then when they went to breaking it down, showing you the pronunciation. So we're gonna mainly be dealing with trying to deal with pronunciation And like I say, going into that particular lesson in the slide, and you just look at the symbol, look at it symbol by symbol, and compare it to those whole words that's down there in that document. And it's like you basically becoming familiar with which sign represent what. And so once you become familiar with that, then you become more rooted in what it is that you see in front of you. Islam.
Islam, gratitude.
Oh yeah, gratitude. Islamism. Yeah, Islam. All right. Any other more would like to come forth with their portion?
Islam.
Brother Marvin Evans Bay, what have you to say, grand man?
Gratitude for calling me on. Yeah, this is Dr. Elvis Bay, Consul General out of the Texas Consulate, rising, giving all praise to the great God Allah, giving highest honor to his prophet, our prophet, Prophet Muhammad Ali, Al-Hajj Abdul Ali. Give honor to our theocratic government, our Moorish American government. Give honor to our Act One. Give honor to all of our officials. Give honor to this class, our Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate class, as well as I give honor to you, Dr. Shadua Minty Mohed Sepsuel, for hosting, for instructing our Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate class. As well as I give honor to everything that's Moorish, our flag, our seal, our emblem, our divine constitution, Holy Quran, Book of Ali, our 101s, 102s, our exhumed of a nation, all of our divine revelations. I give honor. I give honor to our forerunner, Dr. Marcus Moshe Garvey, L, for being our prophets, harbinger. As well as I give honor to our ancestors, whom shoulders we stand upon. I give honor. Honor to all those that gave their measures before me, and all that will give their measures after me. A very powerful class. And like in that reading, I can begin like with that reading out of the Book of Fire. I mean, like, yeah, you can see the prophet all up in there, you know. And I just want to give honor to our chairman for being diligent and such a scientist, you know, in his endeavors in bringing forth this to the manifest. You know what I mean? I mean, it's just so many powerful measures in there. And like I said, I got a lot of books, and I read a lot of different books, but they already in the Book of Fire. You know what I mean? They just look at it from different points. Well, actually, they just bear witness to what's in the Book of Fire to me. You know, yeah, for lack of better words at the moment. You know what I mean? They really just bear witness to that. And very powerful. You know, so the whole thing comes down to our studying, you know what I mean? Our studying ourselves and our studying what the prophet brought us. And as you are bringing us a deeper understanding of what has happened to us, or how it happened, how they took our teachings and learning and everything about us, you know what I mean, stripped it from us, you know, remixed it and put it back, just like how you mentioned about, you know, when you're reading how they say that it came from Egypt, right? It came from the Egyptians. You know, they took it and put their twist on it and brought it right back to the Egyptians, you know. And so, you know, when I look at that, you know, and as I try to, you know, learn these lessons and these teachings, you know, especially about the alphabets, you know, I'm thinking, you know, even the Miriatic and Demotic, you know, I'm thinking, oh, that's good. But what I want to, and I know you're the teacher, and you're bringing it to us so that you can understand. And so far, you know, it has enlightened me tremendously. But I'm thinking, like, if all of this, you know, like, if I want to be able to go into the Quran, which is, you know, in the reading say pretty much has never been, say, you know, messed with, so to speak. You know what I mean? It's still kind of original, you know. And we know that Arabic is actually Egyptian. You know what I mean? With the little different flavors or whatever. So I'm thinking, like, you know, that's really where my focus is really want to be. You know what I mean? To be able to understand the Arabic, because that's the closest thing to the Egyptian. You know what I mean? that's what's prevalent at the time, you know. But you know, I'm glad we went over this lesson today because, you know, like a lot of the and I did print it out too, got it on my computer. You know how, you know, in the different lessons, you know how, you know, all these different languages, how it went through the transformations or evolution or just the remixing itself. You know what I mean? How it, you know, it just confused it. You know what I mean? Just like, you know, just to go through all of the different demonstrations on what the Europeans brought about, even though I know you said it's like going through the fire to get through the fire. You know what I mean? But I'm thinking that at this point, you know what I mean, what you've given us, you know, I already know what the Greeks and all of them done. You know, I'm not caught up in like a lot of our brothers and sisters are, unless this is what we need to do it for, to shine light on those or go and break down what they've accepted as the truth and you know, make it null and void because it is. So anyway, I'm just grateful for being here in this class, you know what I mean, getting these lessons because, you know what I mean, coming a long ways from where I was, you know what I mean, just before I get into the government, you know what I mean, but understanding that the God is in me, you know what I mean, and to know that, I mean, if the Moors know that the God is in us, then the whole thing is making sure I can bring that God out, you know what I mean, to exemplify it, you know. So yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at. And yeah, these are some powerful lessons. Gratitude for allowing me to speak. Islam and peace.
Islam, and gratitude, brother, for that mention. And let me bring clarity to the purpose of these classes too, by the way, my brother. If you go back, and we got all the recordings online, you can see that there's been a step-by-step process of taking our people back through the languages that the European basically came through and remixed, not so much focusing on the history of their remixing, but using the hammer repetition. We make reference to those classes that we done stage by stage so that our family can have some footing, so to speak, in the measure. So it's not just to give the history of what they did, we are actually teaching the language along the way. But when we teach the language along the way, being that we are using this to familiarize our people with language, it's because we are actually embarking upon the mission to transliterate certain texts. That's why this knowledge is necessary. Because if we didn't get his history out, his knowledge, I didn't put it out there, going alphabet by alphabet, we couldn't get together as a group and transliterate texts. And so for those who have done the research, you know, as we go through these classes, you know, class by class, you know, they understand, like our sister Carter Bay, you know, dealing with the Arabic. We went into everything that was necessary in order for our Moorish kin to know how to transliterate and even read Arabic. We done already been through that. You see what I'm saying? We went through everything necessary for our people to know in order to go and study the Coptic text. Now we're dealing with the Demotic text. We're tracing ourselves back. And once we get done with the hieratic and then going into symbolism as far as hieroglyphic, we gonna start, you know, looking into certain papyri. You know, it take time as a collective, bringing our findings back and dealing with our own transliteration. Not only that, but we also are structuring our own mother tongue. You see, and putting that back together so that we will be able to communicate with each other in that. You see what I'm saying? So all of this knowledge is necessary for that, not just giving a history on how the European remix. We point out the remix so that our people can see the difference, because as much as we get up here and talk and speak, you're gonna still have a more that go and read a European text and say, they say hieratic came before that. And the only reason, if you've been in this particular circle here, that you would say that is because you might have not been paying attention in the class, or you didn't do the research. you know, and that ain't going toward you. I'm just speaking in general. But you're gonna have some Moors, for example, that jumped off of the class, that wasn't part of this class. You're gonna hear them bring forth measures, and they're gonna be talking about the Demotic came from the Greek, and we're gonna end up having to correct them ones for that. You see what I'm saying? Because we know better, not because we going against them, but we done did the research and we know that not to be the truth. And we also know that would be chasing after gods in whom we know nothing. So we got to correct these things. And that's something we got to be dedicated to along the way, is correcting the errors along the way. That's all a part of teaching our people. No true teacher can be a teacher if he ain't willing to correct the errors along the way. You know, that means you just cause you don't want to ruffle the feathers, you're going to be silent and let something come forth that you know ain't right. No, you don't do that. You know, because now you letting a whole nother thought take root in the minds of the people, which misdirect the people from the intent of what we own. The chairman called it bringing nuts and bolts and apples and oranges and so forth and so on. This is just speaking in general, not in reference to what you saying, my brother Marvin Elvis Bay. But like I'm saying, I want it to be known what these classes are dedicated to. You know, and the classes are dedicated, again, not to just giving a bunch of history, because yeah, we all know what the European did. It is dedicated to teaching our people so they will be able to aid in rebuilding and reconstructing our mother tongue. And we done went through the Arabic, but when we went through it, we say, all right, Moors, it's up to you now to go do that research, just like the man that taught me. He gave me the Arabic, which I was already studying, and then throw me an Arabic Quran. You know, I just showed it to you. That's what he gave us. You know, I ain't know that, so it was up to me to continue to study in that. See, that's the difference between a professor, and we talked about this. You know, a teacher instructing a professor. The professor gonna give it to you, and it's on you to go do it. That's why they call our prophet Nova Drew Ali, Professor Drew, Egyptian adept. He left it to us to do. I brought you everything to take and save a nation. Now take it and save yourself. That's what he was saying. And so that's basically all it is. And so if you pay attention, like for example, with the Coptic, we didn't go into trying to go to break down Coptic books, but we gave the necessary knowledge for our Moorish kin that want to go in that area, because we ain't trying to spend time breaking down, you know, a whole Coptic text at this time, because that's not what we're interested in. But they have the knowledge if they want to do it, to go do that. And you can see it, most of it. The Coptic is probably one of the most familiar, because you can see the letters right there in it. You can see when it says a certain name. But when you become familiar with the rest of the letter, now you open up a Coptic text on your own time, and you take that knowledge and decipher it. I want to decipher this text. Well, that's something you do, and then you bring that back to your Moorish king. This is what I found while looking in this area. Then you go into the Arabic, same thing. You know, and this is what I found by going through the Grand Quran. And then you can make a comparative knowledge if you want to, etymologically, and trace between the texts. So that's what all this knowledge is dedicated to. So we give
God, man.
Yes, sir.
Gratitude
for that measure. Oh yeah, gratitude, grand man. We give honors to you. Peace and love. Well, all right. Is there any other more that would like to bring their measure forth? Islam, brother Bati Bey.
Islam.
Islam.
First, I'd like to praises and honors already given. Islam. So when I first came into the science, I was always like, how did this brother C. Kirkman Bey speak 92 different languages? And to me, that's in my head thinking that that was a farce or something like that. But when we go into the actual, when we breaking it down like this, you can see how easy it would be to speak 92 different languages if you know how and where all languages came from. It don't seem far-fetched now, you know, because a lot of these what they call the good book, you see a lot of far-fetched things that you cannot place a finger on, and still to this day after its creation, you still can't place a finger on them. But now I'm starting to see that it would be easier to speak. And I used to see African brothers that speak like Swahili, and they would be able to talk to Spanish, Spanish, but they may not know, but they understand the dialect, and how to convey the words because of the original language. You see how it spreads out. And so this is why I enjoy these classes, because we go so in deep and ingrained into the teaching and languages, and we actually got to do the research and bring it back. This is probably the most prolific college I've ever been to, especially one that I didn't have to pay for. So with that, I just give honors to all the things that you've done, and even when I'm looking at the Book of Fire, when you look at the Book of Fire, that book by itself, the way that the message is delivered. Normally, when you read like a psychology book, the book is boring as heck to read. I'm just gonna keep it real. And so when I'm reading this and the comical spins on it, the way, the flow of it, it has a nice rhythmic flow to where I don't get bored. I could pick it up at any time and open the page and boom, and I know where I'm going with it. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I enjoy what we're doing here and what was done and the road that was paved by the ones that came before us. And with that, I just like to leave as I come in peace. Islam.
Islamism, grand man, that's right. And that's the basis. That's why we always lay that foundation with the Book of Fire and relate it directly to the topic that we had to bring forth at hand. Even if we repeat a chapter coming at another degree, because it gives you another degree of unfoldment when it comes to the Book of Fire. And so we give honors to our chairman most definitely for being what he knows. Now it's our time to be what we know as well. You know what I mean? And because we can go, like I say all the time, Islam.
Can you hear me?
Oh, we hear you loud and clear, grand man. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm back. Let me give praise to Allah and the Prophet Noble Dwali. I want to step much on to Noble Dwali. When the brother was speaking about Kirkland Bay and them, there was a whole lot that was going on. And I want to highlight one special thing, especially about our classes, because we have classes 7 days a week. And the key is Moorish science. We're here now. If someone asks you what's your nationality, you're going to say Moorish American. Okay. But the thing about it is, this is just the foundation. Who made you? Okay? And what we're concerned about is Moorish science. The language that we're learning now is our language, how we interpret things, the theology, the history, not his story, but our history. And everything that we got a divine constitution. We have everything it takes to save ourselves as a nation. This is fulfilling the duty of a prophet. And the Noble Dwali did a magnanimous job. I mean, he brought us everything. It was so much that he said it'll be 3 or 4 generations later by the time we even figured out what it was he brought us. He said it'll be around the year 2000, and that's when my book came out. So what we're concerned about more is gratitude, being grateful, knowing that Dwali brought us everything. Everything. This includes your language. It's right there in your divine constitution, your Holy Quran. Moorish American, that's why he said the first thing to do by being a Moorish American in Act 7 is to purify your way of thinking. You got to change your thought pattern. Moorish America don't think like Negroes. They don't think like slaves. They don't think like people that belong to the European and bamboozle or whatever the case may be. We have our own language. You're learning it every day. You're getting the benefits of it every day. So I just wanted to highlight that. And thank you so much, Shahid. It's a magnanimous class, man, magnanimous journey. And for all those that spoke before me, Islam.
Islam. That's what we talking about. And that's what we trying to get our Moorish kin to see. That we, in this time, getting ready to translate all this stuff these people done brought forth in Moorish American language. That's where we going with it. Because it got to be done at some time. We can't keep reading the European translation of books and accepting that as being the end all be all. You know, and some may say, well, that's a magnanimous task. I ain't got time. You know what I mean? But those who are dedicated, like us who are here, you know, we are the ones that's leading on so that our people can have that library. They ain't got to worry about Timbuktu. We love the fact that Timbuktu was on the map. They still got books over there that ain't been translated yet. You know, but, you know, or even what was destroyed in Kemet, because they're going to be able to find it here. You see, and that's what we going at, because we tired of having to re-explain to these people, you know, what the European was talking about. You see what I'm saying? Got to use their text in order to explain what it is we demonstrate. No, we going to bring that Moorish perspectives to the manifest. And mashallah, you know, very soon when we go to putting these things together, that's what we're going to be pivoting from, the Prophet's Moorish Holy Quran. You know, the Book of Fire, when we give definitions for words to build up our dictionary, you know, it's going to be from those sources, you know, pivoting off of the ancient words, you know, to show you that it was already there. We just putting it in order. European put it in a systematic order and they determined everything to be what they created. So we are unraveling that falsehood and we're going to be the truth. We're going to bring the truth. And we're going to uplift the Book of Fire, the Book of Ali, you know, the Moorish Holy Quran, the questionnaires, all of that. You know, they're going to see Kemet for what it really is when we get done. Islam. And it won't be on the E. Wallace Budge. It won't be on the Gas and Maspiro. It won't be under, you know, somebody's Gremix or some what I call it, Rosetta Netta. We give honors to you, Chairman, for that drawing. Gratitude. All right. Islam. And if there are not any other Moors, we can actually go into a closing out. Before I go, Moorish Ken, I'm going to give you a brief read, you know, as we go out. Islam, is there any other more that have a question before we close? All right. Go on once. Go on twice. And you're blessed, and we waiting on that homework assignment. Islamism, you know, and I'm gonna close out with our brother. May he continue to rise in power. You know, GM James, the brother was killed for this information, you know, because he dared to go against the auspices of Western Freemasonry and reveal the secret, you know, so to speak, and teach that we was God. So you know how that go. It says Greek philosophy was the offspring of the Egyptian mystery system. Don't the Book of Fire say that? Yes, it do. It says the Egyptian theory of salvation became the purpose of Greek philosophy. The earliest theory of salvation is the Egyptian theory. The Egyptian mystery system had its most important object, the deification of man. And we know about the adept deification of man, right? The Book of Fire teaches that, right? It states and taught that the soul of man, if liberated from his bodily fetters, could enable him to become God-like and see the gods in his life and attain the beatific vision and hold communion with the immortals. Ancient Mystery, C.H. Vail, page 25. Plotinus defines this experience as the liberation of the mind from his finite consciousness. Chapter 1, right? It says, when it becomes one, it's saying is identified with the infinite. This liberation was not only freedom of the soul from the bodily impediments, crossing the borderland at will, right? It says, but also from the will of reincarnation and rebirth. It says where it involved the process of disciplines of purification, both for the body and the soul. Since the mystery system offered the salvation of the soul, it also placed great emphasis upon its immortality. The Egyptian mystery system, like the modern university, was the center of organized culture, and candidates entered it as the leading source of ancient culture. According to Petishman, the Egyptian mysteries had 3 grades of students: the mortals, the probationary students who were being instructed, but who had not yet experienced the inner vision. You see? Then it states the intelligence, those who had attained their inner vision, and had received mine or nous, and 3, the creators or sons of the light. It said who had become identified or united with the light, true spiritual consciousness. And you can see this in the likes of unfolding through, as I like to say, coming out them black Fez degree, that black Fez thought pattern, coming into the red Fez degrees, going into the white Fez degree, so to speak, symbolically. Union with God, only great God Allah can make you one with him if you let him. You see what I'm saying? This also goes into the degree of man, therefore, coming into the level of being angel, going through the degree of cherubim, going to the degree of seraphim, because that means spirit of the Almighty God Allah. This also goes back to our Moorish Holy Quran, and we put it in context with what the prophet said, right? It has to do with the chemistry of mortal life, the ministry of death, and the mystery of deific life, Islam. So when you look at it from that standpoint right there, it don't get no plainer than what the prophet brought, right? But it says, William Marshall Adams in the Book of the Master has described those grades as the equivalent of initiation, illumination, and perfection. That's in the Book of Fire right there, ain't it? It says, and for years, they underwent disciplinary intellectual exercises, like we going through them now. It said bodily asceticism with intervals of tests and ordeals to determine their fitness to proceed to more serious, solemn, and awful process of actual initiation. And this is what we close out at. It says their education consisted not only in the cultivation of the 10 virtues which were made a condition to eternal happiness, but also of the 7 liberal arts, which were intended to liberate the soul. There was also admission to the greater mysteries, where an esoteric philosophy was taught to those who had demonstrated their proficiency. Ancient mysteries, C.H. Vail, page 24 and 25. Grammar, rhetoric, logic were disciplines of moral nature by means of which the irrational tendencies of the human being were purged away, and he was trained to become a living witness of the divine logos. Geometry and arithmetic were sciences of transcendental space and numeration, the comprehension of which provided the key not only to the problems of one's being, but also to those physical ones which are so baffling today, owing to our use of the inductive methods. Astronomy dealt with the knowledge and the distribution of the latent forces in man. It says, and in the destiny of the individuals, races, and nations, music or harmony meant the living practice of the philosophy, adjustment of human life in harmony with God, until the personal soul became identified with God. When it would hear and participate in music of the spheres, it was therapeutic and was used by the Egyptian priests in the cure of diseases. Such was the Egyptian theory of salvation, through which the individual was trained to become God-like on earth, and at the same time qualified for everlasting happiness. This was accomplished through the efforts of the individual through the cultivation of the arts and sciences on the one hand, and a life of virtue on the other. There was no mediator between man and his salvation. Ain't that dealing with the unity of Allah and man? As we find in the Christian theory, reference will again be made to these subjects as a part of the curriculum of the ancient Egyptian mystery system. You know, so they go into how it was the Egyptians who actually taught the Greeks, you know, are those who were called that. So we always been the teachers. And that's why you hear the chairman tell you, you run into these so-called Frenchmen out here talking that note. You tell them you come from the halls of Luxor. You see what I'm saying? That's KEMET, because that's where they stole it from anyway. So it don't get no plainer than that, Moors. But yeah, these lessons, if we go into them, one thing I know about knowledge, it'll shape you. It'll mold you. It'll take everything out of you if you truly love it. If you love the truth will mold you and make you the God that you're supposed to be. But if you got thoughts of naught, chasing after gods of Europe, that's always distracting you, that truth can't take root in you. And if the truth can't take root in you, you can't be shaped, you can't be molded. That ray of Ra coming down from the atom disk in Kemet with the hand at the end can't reach you. Because you basically got in your mind to where your mind is closed. So you got closed fists, you know, all the time. You can't reach. Ain't no clasping, no hand, and no meeting of the mind with that. So we give honors to you, Moors. We say gratitude. And again, our assignment will be just going through alphabet by alphabet, you know, comparing it to the ones that you already see in full words in that document. So you become familiar with the letters. You know, like we say, we ain't gonna tear it long, you know, and we'll end up going to the next phase. And because we definitely want to get getting some of these commentaries of acting, you know, out here. We're gonna definitely use a lot of that when it comes to putting our dictionary together. Islam. So gratitude, more. We love you, and that's our portion. It's been grand. And Shimo Tepu, Uncle Ajet Sanel, life, health, and prosperity be upon Moorish America. Long live Moorish America. Islam.
Islam, long live Moorish America. Islam, Islam, Islam. Another grand class, ancient Egyptian Adeptus Sultanate research class. Islam, Islam, another grand one. Well, Morris Ken, January the 15th, 1929. One from the Prophet, to be read at every meeting. I hereby inform all citizens that they must end all radical agitating speeches while at work, in their homes, or on the streets. We are for peace and not destruction. Stop flashing your cards as Europeans. It causes confusion. Remember, your card is for your salvation. Failure to obey these orders would be of severe consequence. We are for love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And when these principles are violated, justice must then take its course. Any citizens or group of citizens who hold malicious feelings toward the government or the Prophet, or violate the divine covenant of the Moorish movement, will receive their reward from Allah for their unjust deeds. All true Moors will and must obey the law as laid down to them by their Prophet. If they lose confidence in their Prophet, they should turn in their card and button, cease wearing their turban and fez, and return to the state where I, the Prophet, found you. This is a holy and divine movement founded by the Prophet, Noble Juwali, and if the Prophet is not right, the government is not right. The Prophet, therefore, is sending out the divine plea to all Moorish Americans that they do their part in protecting their Prophet and their government. This is an everlasting movement founded by the Prophet through the will of Allah to redeem his people from their sinful ways. By order of Prophet Noble Juwali, Islam, Holy Covenant Asiatic Nation. Chapter 25. Ye are the children of one father provided for by his care, and the breast of one mother have given you son. Let the bonds of affection therefore unite thee with our brothers, that peace and happiness may dwell in our Father's house. And when ye separate in the world, remember the relation that bindeth you to love and unity, and prefer not a stranger before thy own blood. If thy brother is in adversity, assist him. If thy sister is in trouble, forsake her not. So shall the fortunes of thy father contribute to the support of his whole race, and his care be continued to you all in your love to each other. Islam, Islam, Islam. Moors can't go in peace. Islam. This meeting is now closed.
Islamism without the schism. Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Grand class. Gratitude, Morrison.
Love you, family.
Islam, Moors, we
Gratitude,
love you.
Act One.
Islam.
Yes,
Gratitude.
indeed.
Lord, we love you. Peace
Love
and
you,
love.
Lord.
Gratitude,
Islam.
Chairman.
Islam.
Gratitude.
Peace and
Islam.
love, Grandman.
Sunday school.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, sir. See you in Sunday school.
Grand
Yeah,
class.
see you in Sunday school, family. We can't miss
For
Sunday
the
school.
guides and the guiders of the nation to ride.
Long.
Islam.
We love
Love you,
you, Moors.
boys.
Peace and
Love you.
love.
Love you, boys.
Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Love.
Peace and love.
Peace and love.